Hello, this is the conference for a group that is being organized as the Supreme Court of Law for the United States of America. And that's a bold proclamation, and we'll be glad to discuss that more as our conference unfolds here. But right now we would like to get on to the nuts and bolts of the agenda that we have set forth here. The first of which is an opening prayer. And hereunder, I would like to briefly ask the indulgence of our non-Christian friends to go ahead and allow us to go through this ritual that many of us are firmly attached to here. So, without further ado, true God Yahweh Jehovah, Jehovah of armies, please send your angels with your Holy Spirit to guide and direct our conference here. Help us to accomplish good work in advancing your cause of truth and justice and peace on this on this earth. And help us, please, to be mindful and respectful of everybody else, and to try to choose our words respectfully and humbly in everything that we do, and not getting angry or seriously heated unless it clearly appears that somebody is trying to actually subvert the advancement of your kingdom here with malicious intent. And hopefully nobody like that will even be in our conference, so that issue will not arise. Again, please bless us, help us to continue on with the grand work of establishing your kingdom on this earth, as did your precious Son, Jesus Yeshua, 2,000 years ago. And in His name we humbly pray these things. Amen. And continuing on, agenda item 2A, we would like to invite everyone to our conference that is dedicated to organizing people that are more inclined in a left-wing direction. A brief summary here. We've got two conferences on alternate Monday evenings. We do our right-wing community organizing conferences, and it just seems to be working better for the present to be having two different conferences here. I know it's kind of difficult to have two different numbers and conferencing companies to get used to, but this is how it's working good for the time being. And
tearing that rug up.
Who do we got talking in the background there? Yeah, please mute yourself if you're trying to say anything that is private and not of a nature that is of importance to our conference community here. Anyway, this is our left-wing conference, and just so everybody knows, if they've got some right-wing views that they'd like to express, that's good. But if the discussion gets seriously heated in this conference, they will be resolved in favor of the left wing. The left wing will have the last word, and we will cut off further discussion, and we will continue on with our agenda. I hope everyone's good with that. Briefly, any comments or questions about all that? Hearing none. Continuing on. Item 2B on our agenda. Do we have anybody that would like to bring any new cases on the docket of our Supreme Court of Law here? Anybody have any new cases? Hearing none. We've already got a number listed in of cases listed in item 2D there that we'll get to. And second item in 2B, new agenda items to be placed on next week's agenda. Anybody have agenda items that they would like to be placed on next week's agenda? Anybody? Hearing none. Agenda item 2C, progress reports and gathering signatures for a number of different documents that we're promoting. These are oaths of offices for our town constables and qualified electors and justice of the peace officers, or else jury verdicts on some of the cases that we're going to get to in a bit, or specific directives to municipal government office holders. Is there anybody that has any progress in gathering signatures on any document such as that? Hearing none. Also in Agenda Item 2C, public affirmations or denials of qualified elector status of anybody that is pretending to be a patriot but is obviously taking us off into the kingdom of the devil or something like that with malicious intent and unrepentant. That would be a denial. Or somebody that's really doing great work that's just new to the group that it should be included within our sphere of qualified electors. Is there anyone that would like to suggest affirmations or denials of qualified elector status on anybody that they know here? Hearing none. Continuing on, we've got a number of cases before our court. Our first one, Abraham Duran of Nevada, complaining about our coronavirus military police state complaint. We've got 6 or 7 jurors that have signed on to that, and we need 12. We've got a model jury verdict worked up, and that is, we've got both the complaint and the model jury verdict worked up, and it's excellent for people to get familiar with the kind of work that we do because that template can be used for other cases. But Abraham's not here to expand on anything, and I think we should move on. We've got a number of important items here. Item 2, election fraud conspiracy complaint, Michael Zarzano of Florida. I don't think this is really good to talk about the election fraud, but maybe some of the grand jury stuff that Paul was moving forward with and Michael is also involved in. Would either Michael or Paul like to give us any kind of an update on especially Paul's progress with his efforts at securing some grand jury recognition? Michael or Paul?
Well, if I may, Paul here.
Paul.
The only update I have is that over the last 2 weeks I've been receiving emails with petitions attached of folks who have filled out and signed a request to the grand jury to be added as petitioners in the matter. And let's see, that brings us to 280-something petitioners now. And we're still trying to raise the funds to hire the attorney. And this past week, I wrote a letter and converted it to a PDF to the Attorney General of the United States and to his assistant. And rather than make it a complaint through the normal reporting procedures for the U.S. Department of Justice, I happen to have a name and a email address for the director of the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division Freedom of Religion section. So what I did was I attached that complaint letter to the U.S. Attorney General, emailed it to Mr. Treen, and he returned a notice that he did not make it a habit of opening PDFs, and could I explain what I was doing. And I simply informed him that this was a complaint about the criminal misconduct of the United States Attorney in the Northern District of Georgia for denying petitioners access to grand juries, and that I had simply sent it to him with a request in the PDF that he forwarded to the United States Attorney and his immediate assistant. he returned an email at 9 o'clock that night. I don't know if that poor guy lives at the U.S. Department of Justice, but apparently he keeps up with his business emails. And he returned an email stating that he would get on that the next morning. So it's been a day and I haven't received any response from the U.S. Attorney Office. So I'm simply waiting to see what the results might be from that. Otherwise, I don't have anything else, and I thank you for the update.
Thank you, Paul. That sounds like that is some good progress. At least you're getting some recognition, right?
Yes. Yes, apparently, and apparently it's nationwide. I got one email I remember from San Diego, California, and one from a small community up in the state of Washington, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana. So people across the country are paying attention, and they're paying attention to their voting rights. And, you know, I cannot sit here and say of my own knowledge to any of the folks on this call that I know for a fact that there's been criminal misconduct. But what I do know is there is evidence which I have seen which gives me an articulable suspicion that criminal activity may have been engaged in. And if any fraud has been committed since fraud vitiates all, then a grand jury is right now the proper entity with the authority of statutory law to make the investigation. And of course, we all have a right to ask them to do an investigation. And when they issue their findings of fact and conclusions of law, as far as I'm concerned, that's going to be the end of it. You know, if they find that there was no statistical anomaly to change the election results, then that's the way it's going to be as far as I'm concerned. And I thank you for that explanation.
If I may, Paul, your volume is fine. You're, for some reason, distorted today, and normally you come across very clear. I'm not certain if you're doing, I see you on screen doing the screen sharing, and I'm not certain if you're using the internet for your audio. If so, it might be really challenging to your internet, and that might be the reason for your distortion. If you have the ability to dial in on the phone while you continue to screen share, that might assist, because again, your volume was fine, and you're normally very clear, but at least on my end, you came across distorted. Charles, did you hear that as well?
I did. I was thinking of mentioning it. Thank you, Louis.
Thank you, gentlemen. I will check into this, and I am using a new access portal, the software that's downloadable. So I think I might go back to the web version. So if y'all excuse me, I'll just plug out here and try to log back in.
Thank you, Paul.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. That was a good update. Michael, did you have anything on that?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Is either David Scheid or Cynthia Moore with us? I don't hear either of them making their presence, so cases number 3 or 4 are, we can skip through those. Lewis, number 5 here. We've had some recent discussion about your concerns that the older Dred Scott versus Sanford case may be still on the books and causing case law precedent, which is giving color of legitimacy to brutal jackbooted Nazis, prioritizing the abuse of black people more than they abuse white people. did you want to give an outline of how our discussions and thoughts are bringing this agenda item together?
Sure, I will do. And as I believe that words matter, I will try to be as accurate as possible in my speech. I must say again that typically I do not refer to people as slaves or even enslaved, but I will for the purposes of this dialogue. I believe, based on my education and research, that those people were in fact prisoners of war. So for those on the call that may say, well, what war was that? I'm referring to the War of 1591 on the Songhai Empire of Western Africa by the Moors. So when I use the term black, I'm again for the purposes of this dialogue, I'm talking about a very specific people. Okay, the descendants of the people of the Songhai Empire, not to the amount of melanin in one's skin, and that's kind of been expanded. So I'm not talking about the Moors. I'm not talking about Hebrews. I'm not talking about the tribes that were here, most of which would have been considered black in color, of course, before the existence of the $5 Indian. But I'm referring to a specific people. And let me also say, before I summarize, that anything I say, I am not minimizing the fact that, specifically by police, that all people have been abused. Just using as last year, 2020, as a talking point, there were 1,004 people that were killed, unarmed, by current or former police officers. Now, 43% of those were white. And again, for the purposes of this conversation, when I say white, I'm referencing those that may have been from European descent, or may also be referred to as the Anglo-American. 43% were white. 38% were black or brown people. 28% specifically black. And when you find that we are only 13% of the population, you see that the numbers are disproportionate in terms of black and brown people. And all the people that I will discuss were not necessarily killed by police. And so sometimes it came to the point of white people in general feeling that they are justified in killing black or brown people. And I do go back to both the Dred Scott versus Sanford decision, as well as the original proposed 13th Amendment some 7 years later. So I believe that if we are really truly looking to heal the long history of systemic racism, so that all Americans have the equal right to live and pursue happiness, this is something that needs to be addressed. For years, elected leaders have failed to acknowledge this war of white aggression was even real, even as the bodies of innocent people have continued to pile up. So as a result, a critical mass of white people, in my opinion, have fears about multiculturalism and progressive politics, and of course the equitable distribution of power, because they believe that it would spell their obsolescence, erasure, and or even subjugation. And so it needs to be, and that fear is often exploited by those in power. And I believe that something must be done to stunt that. So what you have on screen here is just from the Wikipedia link that Charles included in the agenda. And I'm not going to go through this, as I'm hoping that most are familiar with this decision, or will take the time to at least read the summary that Wikipedia gives. But Dred Scott had two attempts in the Supreme Court. And his first attempt was in 1846, which was actually dismissed on a technicality, but he used as his legal arguments some precedents such as Somerset versus Stewart, Winnie versus Whiteside, and Rachel versus Walker. In doing my study of this, I found out that there were some 300 or more of these such cases. He was simply just the most famous. So I had to take a look at, Somerset versus Stewart, which goes back to England And this one was a judgment in the English Court of the King's Bench in 1772, related to the right of an enslaved person on English soil not to be forcibly removed from the country and sent to Jamaica for sale. The case of Winnie versus Whiteside was actually the first freedom suit heard by the Supreme Court of Missouri. And when they won this case, the petitioner, in fact, won this case and established a precedent that a slave remained free once they'd been taken. She'd been taken into the Michigan territory at the time, where obviously slavery was illegal and unlawful. And then once again returned and petitioned the Supreme Court of Missouri and won. So therefore, the phrase "once free, always free." So he leaned on this case as well as a precedent. And then lastly, Rachel versus Walker, another freedom suit, once again in the St. Louis Circus Court. So Missouri was always a hot spot, if you will, for these freedom suits. And as I mentioned, there were some 300 of them. But it was the Supreme Court, and Roger Taney specifically, that made this statement, in his opinion, as so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. That line, I believe, goes throughout not only police enforcement, but I also believe that subconsciously, that is why we have all of these calls from those comically called Karens who may dial 911 because you've got a black child selling lemonade on the sidewalk in front of their apartment, or you have a black man that is bird watching, or you have one that is simply studying in a commons area of a dorm where she resides and get the police called on them, or simply someone sitting in a Starbucks as a group waiting for someone else. I believe that this line is at the root of that. Outside of the Dred Scott decision itself, I believe that the original, and which history teaches, that it stood until the 13th and 14th Amendments. So because we are looking to reestablish and reform, reimagine, if you will, the Republic, I believe that this needs to be addressed, and I will be authoring a complaint over the upcoming weeks. When taking a look at the original 13th Amendment, one finds that if you take a look at not the 13th Amendment, which was actually passed, but what was proposed in 1864, again, 7 years after the Dred Scott case, you see, and I've got on screen here, this is from the Library of Congress, you see that the original proposed 13th Amendment had 20 sections. 20 sections, not the 2 that it has now. But it gives some insight into the thinking not only of the Supreme Court, but of the Congress while proposing the 13th Amendment. And it addresses in several sections citizenship. Okay, and specifically, let's go to the next image here. Section 12, where it outlawed the slave trade. The traffic in slaves and with Africa is hereby forever prohibited on pain of death, and the forfeiture of all the rights and property of persons engaged therein. But it also went a step further and said, and the descendants of Africans shall not be citizens. It addressed the African descendant again in Section 17. We had mentioned Congress may assist free persons of African descent to immigrate and civilize Africa. Now, there was a dissenting opinion which stated that several of the states did, in fact, consider the descendants of Africans citizens. But again, that was a dissenting opinion. But they named, the Massachusetts, the New Hampshires, South Carolina, which did as well, and several others. But what stuck was the opinion delivered by Taney, and I believe that to this very day, either consciously or subconsciously, is within the minds of the Anglo-Americans or European Americans. So it is very clear to me why the 14th Amendment citizen, which is in fact a thing, a creature that, of course, of the federal district state, needed to be created. I'm of the belief that a 14th Amendment citizen is not a human being, however, a thing, okay, that is enjoined with the human being and specifically for their protection. Charles and I had a conversation regarding this matter, which he suggested to me that I kind of pare down the number of instances of some modern black person that has been the victim of this. And that's challenging to me. And I've even looked out to others for assistance because I can't get any lower than 6. I started with over 40. And these were people that have actually been killed, in my opinion, due to this. Not the ones that there are hundreds or thousands more, if not millions more, that may have survived the encounter. But these are ones that have been killed from everything from failing to signal a lane change, such as Sandra Bland, riding in a car, Philando Castile, selling cigarettes outside of the corner store, riding a commuter train, walking home with a friend, making eye contact with a police officer, selling CDs outside of a supermarket, walking away from police, walking towards police, missing a front license plate, playing with a toy gun at the park in the case of a Tamir Rice, driving with a broken brake light. One man killed sitting in his, yes. Sitting in his car. Go ahead.
Can we try to move it along? I was hoping to, I think one of the main issues that we do need to focus on is, I think it might be difficult to figure out what people are doing subconsciously, but I think what we can tangibly address through our court process here is if there might be some residue of the Taney evil decision there that is still, like I think we agreed on wording earlier, supposedly on the books. And I think I suggested in a recent email to you that we should probably be trying to shepherdize that Taney decision in Dred Scott versus Sanford to see if it is still formally on the books and giving color of legitimacy to corrupted judges and corrupted cops to think that they've got institutionalized preference. I don't think we're going to be able to address what people are doing subconsciously through our court anyway, at least not directly. We can
show evidence of.
Right?
We can show evidence of. We can show evidence of based upon the results. Now, you can find evidence of in areas of housing and things along those lines, okay, but not with regards to dealing with a human being. It's only going to be evidence of, and it's evidence of by me mentioning each of these areas, and I believe that's why I know you limited to 15 minutes, but I will take the entire 15 minutes because it's the action. One executed by sitting in his car before his bachelor's party, walking up the stairwells of his apartment building, even looking for help, holding a fake gun, holding a toy gun in Walmart, laughing, holding a wallet, leaving a party, sleeping in one's own home, sitting in a wheelchair, riding a bike, failing to dim one's lights, walking home from the store, at home eating ice cream on one's own couch, standing at one's window, standing in one's grandmother's backyard, jogging, such as in the case of Ahmaud Arbery, sleeping in his car, standing by the car, driving one's own car, accused of using a counterfeit $20 bill, sleeping in one's bed, allegedly jaywalking. So what we will be able to show is the evidence of, if you've got a situation such as the case of Breonna Taylor, where she is asleep in her own bed, and to this day no one has been charged for her murder. The only charge brought against the police officers that barged into her house, the wrong house, was for missing her. What I mean by that is the only charge was that an officer discharged his gun and missed, and a bullet went into the neighbor's apartment and got barreled in the wall. He was charged for that. Literally, he was charged for missing her. Okay, recently it's come out that you've got a man allegedly jaywalking that ended up shot and killed. So in terms of that, shepherdizing the books or any court cases that gives legitimacy to that, in the area of killing one, it's not going to be found. You're only going to find evidence of. We can find evidence of it in the such as what's termed as sundown cities. You can find evidence of it in terms of housing and real estate in the deeds, and who a particular property is to be sold to and who a particular property is not to be sold to. Those type of things still exist on the books, and you are able to find. But this, what I'm speaking of, every instance that I've just named, I can give a minimum of 1, sometimes more, sometimes up to 9 names under that same area that I've just mentioned. So that's why I wanted to mention all the ways that black people and other people of color have been killed by doing these actions, which any other person would not have been killed for. Those are the things. So just as Paul indicated earlier with regards to what's going on there in Georgia with the election and evidence of certain actions in this area, this is what we will be able to present is evidence of. So, and this is how I will be writing the complaint, because those things aren't on the books. Like I said, if we want to focus on real estate, housing, you can't even find it in the areas of medicine. It's not there. However, there are on the universities right now. My niece was a part of a symposium on the web this past week. She's down in Georgia attending Emory College. She's a registered nurse, and she's furthering that in anesthesiology. But she addressed racism in healthcare. That is not something that's in the books. However, you will find evidence of it throughout. So that's how this is going to have to be addressed. That's what allows this to continue to this day.
If I might, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like, well, a number of those instances, especially where death has resulted, I can see that we could just bring a straight-up complaint of murder, especially against cops that routinely murder people of all races. And I don't doubt that they are preferring to murder black people over white people. I grant all that. But it seems to me like, especially if we don't have any shepherdizable evidence that links us directly back to the Dred Scott decision, that maybe it's best to just not try to engage that previously suggested portion of the discussion and just start bringing cases before our court where black people have been murdered and just call it straight up lawless murder and accuse the cops of being lawless, jackbooted Nazi murderers, and just go straight with that in a much more simple and direct and straightforward manner. I yield.
The problem that I have with that, Charles, is that if the Dred Scott decision is not discussed and is not overturned in some way, shape, or form with another jury verdict, it still stands. And for those that are members of the Republic and have taken whatever steps they deem necessary to capture or control their elective franchise, they have taken those steps to sever any presumptions that they are acting as surety for that particular creature, then there is nothing else that exists in the form of a court, a trial or a case that recognizes any human rights of anyone else or any non-white citizen, period. I yield.
Okay, well, it's obviously going to take a little bit of more study for us to try to optimize the essence of your concern here. I believe I'm on board with the general essence of your concern here. I'm just not quite certain how it can be efficiently presented to our audience and the members of our court here.
I will be working on that over the next over the upcoming weeks in authoring that complaint, and then everyone will have something in writing to take a look at. They can kind of chew on and digest and offer any input. As such, I'd like to hear any input at this time from anyone else on the board as well. I yield.
Yes. Anybody? Comments or questions on Lewis's case here? We don't. Who is that?
Well, I know.
Go ahead, Truth.
Have you challenged the constitutionality of that case, Rule 5.1?
Have not. Challenge the constitutionality using the 5.1. No, I have not. That's an idea. I will take a look at that.
What's 5.1?
Truth, would you like to go further with that? Go ahead.
For the sake of time, everything is Googleable, so I'm making up this word, Googleable. Google it, please. I'm not being funny. I'm just saying for the sake of time, everything is Googleable. Rule 5.1. I yield.
Maybe another
It is just
time.
that, a constitutional challenge.
If
You
I
challenge
may.
the constitutionality of any. Yes. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. Got something here you might want to make a note of. Doing a Google Scholar search, and the case is Peterson versus Martinez, 10th Circuit Court of Appeals from 2013. And it states, and let me find the page number, 1214, on page 1214. And this paragraph starts, however, in the infamous Dred Scott case. So that language tells me right there that sometime prior to 2013, Dred Scott was held as no longer being of precedent value.
It's true. I agree with that, but I believe that the reason that it was no longer held of precedent value was because of the 13th and 14th Amendments.
Well, of course.
Not another court case.
Yeah, well, you're correct. Congressional enactments override court decisions if there is an overriding to be done. But at least the courts are now saying that obviously that was a mistake, a gross mistake, when they call it an infamous case.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying, yeah, we acknowledge that was grossly in error. And I yield.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And truth, very quickly, when one does Google the constitutional challenge, it typically it's at least in the first 3-4 reference, it's a constitutional challenge to a statute. Do you know that is relevant with regards to a Supreme Court decision? For those that are screen sharing, I've just put one from Cornell School of Law, the Code Rule 5.1, Constitutional Challenge to a Statute, Notice, Certification, and Intervention. Also, another from the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, the Constitutional Challenge also refers to a statute. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Truth, your response.
In order to bring a charge of any kind, there's a statute behind it. So you just don't bring a case to court without it being a penal or criminal statute or even civil. So to FOIA the Supreme Court on the constitutionality of that case, you would have to find what statute allowed them to bring it before the court in the first place. Does that make sense? I yield.
It does make sense. However, based upon my knowledge of this case, it was not a statute. He referred to he used as precedent other court decisions. And actually, they were winning the majority of those court decisions until this one. And this Roger B. Taney. Because they were, as I understand it, the numbers of the Southern justices. And he wrote the opinion. And his opinion went extra far, if you will, with just that, his opinion. And I think those words ring true to some to this day. And that's where I'm going to take a look to see if I can satisfy Charles' request in terms of, jeopardizing other cases. But because I know they exist in housing. But with regards to human rights, I've had this discussion with others before that this corporation doesn't recognize human rights. That's always the language of civil rights. So it would be a matter of us on the republic, the re-inhabited, reformed republic, which is inclusive of all, to deal with this matter, in my opinion. I yield.
My response, you use the word human rights. Are you aware that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a part of the federal Constitution, and it is a treaty? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. I'm aware that it's still, but I don't, where we disagree, I don't think it's a part of the federal Constitution. I do believe that it is a treaty. Here on the Wayne County Assembly, we actually utilize the Declaration of Human Rights. However, the corporation, the United States, doesn't recognize it.
That's not true. The laws of the United States are called statutes at large. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is in our statutes at large, sir.
Then I would ask you to send me that statute at large, because I'm not aware of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights being, and again, we do refer to that. We utilize it here on the Wayne County Assembly, but I'm not aware of it within the statute at large. I yield.
No problem. I will get that to you ASAP.
Thank you. And I heard someone else. Yes, go ahead, Paul. You've got
Paul here. Well, just briefly, when you get a copy, would you please email me a copy of it also? Because like you, I'm not familiar with that statute at large.
I will do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I yield the floor.
Quick comment. It would be advantageous for the whole group to have that copy, in my opinion. I yield.
I concur in your opinion, young lady.
I will forward that on to Charles, and he can distribute from there.
I have a question, Lewis, if I may, Charles, if I may. I'm wondering, when it comes to use probably the most publicly exposed incidents. This business of police brutality, I am wondering if this has more to do with a psychological defect that is not being observed or acted upon when it is observed in law enforcement communities. In other words, should law enforcement agencies perform psych evals on all recruits to find out, do these people have that mental tendency? And I'll yield.
May I?
If I may. I would say, and one moment, Nancy, and I'll yield the floor to you. I would say most definitely. I think in this the movement that I think that the worst language is possible has been used when they refer to defunding the police. I really feel that it is repurposing the police instead of defunding the police, or even redirecting those funds into other areas, one being those of mental health and mental health agencies. But yes, not only at the time of hire, but every 6 months, because one's mental stage changes, it evolves based upon what they have been exposed to. And no different than one being at war and seeing the horrors of, ground combat war. So I think that, we've got several ideas in terms of even establishing a statewide civilian review board with subpoena power, mandatory statewide participation in a do not hire database, so they just can't get fired or leave one police force and get hired at the neighboring police force or county, sheriff's department. Some type of codification of an objective use of force standard. There are a number of things that I believe need to be implemented, and the psychological evaluation is first, because the tendency to do certain things may even cause certain people to gravitate to those areas where they're able to exploit that, and it ultimately ends up in police brutality. That's what we're discussing. But the fact that policing was born out of, a Fugitive Slave Act, that type of thing, I think we still have to hit at the root of it. I yield. Any response? Go ahead,
Nancy. May I? When I started having my problems with cops and tickets and blah, 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 I was at Eastern Michigan University, and I read a report that one of the professors at ADMU had written about police not knowing what their oath of office even said or understood it. When I talked to him, he told me that he had a series of questions that he asked the police, but it was covering more than one type of issue. He said that he noticed that 90-some% of the ones that he interviewed had a specific type of personality that he called passive-aggressive. So they appear to be passive, but they trigger into aggression very quickly. He said it looked like the police department hired them for that reason, because they are very suggestible. You can project how you want them to react to something through their training. And he said they were the most dangerous people on the face of the earth because they think they're doing what they're supposed to do.
If I may.
Yes, you got the floor, Paul.
Charles.
Thank you. To that young lady, I would suggest that she also look at the condition known as narcissism. Narcissistic individuals can and often do project themselves, project their public image as being a really great guy, easy to get along with, everything's hunky-dory, until someone challenges what they perceive as their authority. And when that's done, there's an instant triggering of an aggressive mentality. I'm just making a suggestion of something else you can study there. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we curtail the rest of this discussion, at least for the moment? I think it strayed a little bit from the racism issue that Lewis was raising in this section of our agenda item. And we do have some guests, at least one guest here, Chipper, that has courageously stepped forward to explain his position in regard to a pressing issue in the union conference that was raised here. I'm going to abort agenda item 2E in order that we might get directly to the issue with Chipper there, and I would like to finish up Chris Caves and maybe even Shorty from Missouri if he's here. And I think technically we're strayed on a little bit from the Dred Scott and racism issues that this section of this agenda item was related to, and we can always refer to this issue of police psychology a little bit later in the discussion. Is there any objections to that?
No objection on my end.
Thank you, Lewis. Anybody else object to my trying to fast track through things here so that we can accommodate Chipper's possibly limited time and resources here, and also Brad? Any objection?
None from me, Charles.
Hearing none. Our list of cases here, and thank you, Lewis. That was a good presentation. Chris Cave from Nevada. If Chris is here, I'm not sure that he's here. Chris, would you like to summarize the case that you're working on and that you're considering bringing before our court here? Chris, are you here?
I'm not seeing Chris on the board.
Okay.
I would also ask one question, Charles, if I may. Do we have anyone on the board from Arizona? Okay.
I don't recognize anybody that doesn't have any more than just from Arizona. I wouldn't be able to guess.
Okay. The reason I ask that is I do know that there was some decision recently of Arizona where they have been instructed to turn over some 2.1 million ballots for review to a board there, and I was just wondering if anyone was kind of following that. I knew that we had someone from Arizona on the calls before regarding that matter. This is very recent, I believe, just this past week. So if no one's here, I yield and move forward.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may, I'd like to address that. Michael in Florida.
Michael, yes, briefly.
It's true. The court ordered the County Board of Supervisors to hand over the ballots and the machines for investigation. It was ordered yesterday by a judge. I yield.
Thank you, Michael. That sounds like a big development. But continuing on, a final case that, as a personal longtime friend, Shorty from Missouri, has a CPS case. Family Services have kidnapped some children from their parents. Does Shorty from Missouri happen to be on? Okay, well, I guess Shorty's not here. Thereunder, I think we should go ahead and conclude our summary of our cases that are either before our court or being considered to be brought before our court. And I'd like to skip agenda item 2E that can be a bit involved and can provide some real interesting discussion. It's briefly a call for attendees to volunteer or to submit nominations, but we'll go to that a little bit later. Our time is valuable here, and of especially guest people that are rather new to the call, we would like to give them a warm welcome. Brad and Chipper. Chipper, are you still with us here, sir? Chipper? Well, how about Brad? Brad, are you with us here?
Brad's here.
Excellent. Brad, Lewis, you don't see any evidence of Chipper being on the conference here?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I think, I'm sorry we lost Chipper. He was here earlier, and that in itself is evidence of his good intent, and I'd like to take all evidence into consideration in this concern that I have about one particular item in Chipper's presentation in Brad's conference here last Wednesday, and that is the issue of secret military tribunals secretly executing people that they deem are engaged in such heinous criminal activity that they secretively decide it's necessary to execute them. And I'd like to, first of all, lay a foundation for my concerns in that I believe that due process of law can be brought to function in a very quick and efficient manner, that for godly, righteous people of all forms, even if they don't profess religion, if they've got honorable character and intentions, there's no need whatsoever on this entire earth for any type of secret tribunals, especially executing people in secret. I'm not opposed to the death penalty. In fact, I do believe that in some instances the death penalty is appropriate, and I'm not afraid to endorse it in some of the more egregious cases. But that can be done in very quick and efficient manners by due process of law with unanimous 12-person juries reflecting the conscience of the community, in public, televised, both the deliberations and the execution, and nothing whatsoever should ever be done in secret. The evils that we're facing with the destruction of our nation is always done in secret. All of the powers that be that are oppressing all of us, they prefer to work in secret, in darkness, because they can't get away with their evil. As soon as it's light of day exposes it, and it's more than just Chipper advocating these things. There's numerous people, especially on the right wing, that are talking about how wonderful it is to have a big bad stick of big tough macho military people out here beating the snot out of people that they deem to be worthy of getting beat up on. And I'm here to tell you, in my humble opinion, that beating up on people or executing people with the death penalty is never to be tolerated in secret. It should only be accommodated in those remote instances where it's so seriously nasty evil that the jury unanimously agrees that it's appropriate, and all of those proceedings should be done in the broad light of day with plenty of opportunity for all honorable people to have their say in what's going on in the proceedings before that jury in court.
Here.
Thank you, and And the wording of Chipper in the larger context in that union conference, I do believe, was generally advocating that kind of a process. And I did confront Chipper there, and he backed off a little bit honorably and said that, well, it's not necessarily my views. And so I'm hopeful that maybe at some point in the future Chipper can come on and explain more clearly exactly what his position is, and perhaps help us to fight against. See, there's a larger groundswell of jackbooted Nazi militarism that's coming at us through the coronavirus thing and all kinds of evil empire agenda stuff coming at us that's trying to lock down a military police state, and secret trials and secret executions is part of that. And we need to be united in standing up and speaking out against it. And hopefully we can convince Chipper of the merits of that, and perhaps even other like people that Chipper has quoted, like what's his name, Charlie Moore or somebody like that's I think talking this way too. There's people that might be good-hearted, but they're not doing their homework. They don't comprehend how due process of law can produce liberty, the perfect law of liberty for everybody. They're looking to a nanny state, a right-wing version of a nanny state, to come in with a big stick and beat the snot out of people. That's not the optimal pathway for restoring our republic and our grassroots accountability for the people. So I've kind of had my say there, and I'd like to yield on that point, especially to Brad, or if Chipper might be back in, but I doubt that he is. But Brad, would you like to do any follow-up comments, because it was your show in which Chipper made these comments, Brad?
Yeah, I'll speak on that. Originally, that wasn't even supposed to be the points that we were going to speak about. I originally brought him on because I wanted to. He professed to have a great deal of knowledge about the new banking system, the QFS, which I've been following. To this point, I still have no verification that that's where we're headed. Obviously, his claim was that that's already in operation. I've heard that elsewhere, but until I actually see it happening, then I don't actually believe anything. But the fact that he went off on that subject, he's entitled to my opinion, to his own opinion. I don't really try to stifle anybody that comes on the call. I just ask that everybody be respectful with one another. I did have a considerable lengthy conversation with him earlier. He has no problem coming on. He just must have had something else that he needed to attend to. He probably thought that he was going to get brought on right at 5 o'clock. So I'm sure I'll be hearing from him, and I can relay. If I'm sure if you want to set up another time to hear from him, I'm sure that he'll have no problem. He had no problem absolutely at all with stepping into the lion's den and having anybody put him hold his feet to the fire and try to explain his words. And those words may be his how he truly feels. I mean, he is 100% disabled veteran. He's a 25% Cherokee Indian, and he's been hit with Agent Orange, and he's Purple Hearts, and he's a well-decorated veteran, and whether or not that plays any role in some of the things that he believes, I'm not sure. But I have my own views on the subject, which are more in line with what you're speaking of. I mean, like I told you earlier, Charles, I do have an incredible disdain for anybody that could harm a child. So if that's what's going on, we hear about the underground tunnels and the children and the adrenochrome and all that. It makes my skin crawl, and I could actually envision a world where those kind of situations would arise, where military tribunals in behind the scenes would just eliminate some of those people. But I think we need to rise above that. I think we do need to make sure that that's handled in the public, and we don't have those secret tribunals. And if they have proof beyond a shadow of a doubt that they've done some of those things, then and we want to give them the death penalty, that's one thing. But doing those things behind the scenes doesn't really make us any better than they are. So that's my view. I'm not going to challenge Chipper on his view. And he was, gracious enough to. He had no problem coming on, knowing that he was going to step in the lion's den, but he just probably had something else that he had to take care of. So we'll find out more. But whatever I can do to accommodate anybody. I try to find interesting people to speak on my call. A lot of people were really interested in his ascension talk, which I did realize he was going to talk about ascension, but that where he was going to go. Not that I would even stifle him. I just I'm not going to welcome people on the call if their intentions are to promote anything further on where we stand between Trump and Biden. It's a dead horse. It appears that Biden is in charge. It is what it is. For those that believe that's a good thing, then I'm happy that it worked out for you in that manner. But there are people that feel differently. We don't know what the next couple of months will bring. I've heard that, one person said he hopes that Trump winds up in the gulag in Russia, which that may be where he's going to wind up. I don't know. But I think we need to move on with what we're doing. We need to be concerned about where the republic is going to go. And we need to be concerned about, how this is all going to get put together in the event that, there's a chance that we may get asked to move forward as a republic. I don't know if that's true or not. If it is, I think we're about as ready as we're ever going to be. If not, then we're just going to build the republic the way we need to build it, and we'll have our own world amongst the rest of the people to live, make our communities the way we want to live, and move everything forward that way. But it's trying times for sure.
Thank you, Brad.
May I?
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, Michael in Florida. I would just like to say this. If Brad could call this person named Chipper right now and get him on here, I think that would be very appropriate. Do you have the ability to contact this Chipper?
I do.
Okay, please do so.
And if I may, just briefly, Brett, before you go ahead and drop off to call Chipper, thank you for the clarity. I wasn't aware, Charles, that Chipper was to come on and kind of explain his position in the future when we've got guest speakers to come on and explain a particular position, I would suggest we go ahead and put them on first before we get into the rest of the agenda. Chipper may have done just as I did on his call and took his leave. And it could have been during my presentation, and discussion regarding the Dred Scott. But however, and that doesn't, I'm not an offensive to that because I did the same on his call on Wednesday. I did about 45 minutes and then I took my leave of the call. It wasn't applicable, so no hard feelings there. But in the future, we'll go ahead and get them on first, I would suggest. And I just wanted to say that, Brad, thanks for clearing up that and addressing that issue. It gives me some clarity and some confidence. So thank you. Before you go ahead and attempt to contact Chipper to see if he's available to jump back on the call.
Thank you, Louis. I will prioritize guest speakers in our future agendas, Louis. That's an excellent suggestion. And Brad, if you're comfortable following Michael's directive to invite Chipper back on to present his side of the case, that would be excellent.
I'll go ahead and try to call him, and I'm pretty sure I can step away without hanging up. So if you don't hear me, I'm probably still on the call. I'll find out if he's able to come back on or not, if he's in the middle of something else. So just give me a moment.
Okay, I think I'll go ahead and start that one agenda item that we had skipped.
Do we have guest speakers, as Louis mentioned?
Well, with Chipper, it was more of a summons before our court, not really formally, but I'd placed in agenda item 2F that we were going to talk about this issue, and it was just an invitation to Chipper to appear and defend his position and perhaps clarify if there's some misunderstanding here. And so I don't think it's like we're asking Chipper to have to present a prepared statement or something like he did in Brad's conference. He was the guest speaker in Brad's conference. He's certainly not a guest speaker here. We're not going to turn the microphone over to him and just sit and listen to him talk for a while.
Right. If I may, I have a point of inquiry.
Sure.
Louis mentioned there were guest speakers, and he would like to hear them before Chipper. Am I incorrect in that? That's how I understood Louis's comment, that there were other guest speakers.
I was just stating that when we do have, I may have miscategorized Chipper as a guest speaker. So if I misspoke, do forgive me. But for any of those that are not normally a part of our call that may be coming onto the call for a specific reason or to address a specific topic, as opposed to have them sit, an hour or so through before they've got an opportunity to do that, that we go ahead and prioritize that and get them on early because, other items on our agenda may not be of interest. So it's kind of, I think, asking one to sit for an hour or an hour and a half before they have a chance to, address whatever issue that they came on the call for, and they're not a normal participant. I would, suggest that we get them on initially and then go back to the agenda. I yield.
Yeah, if I may, I think a good way to remedy this confusion would be to make texting available with Charles and Louis, or whoever is in control here, so that anyone that is coming on, if they have to go, if they have time restraints, then texting could solve this problem of confusion in the future. I recommend. I yield.
I hear that. I'd like to, we've got a chat window in freeconferencecall.com here. It's less than optimal, but on the Zoom conference texting is good too. I like to try to watch that. Yes, our communication needs to be upgraded, and we're all in a growth process here.
Brad's back on with Chipper.
Very good. Thank you, Brad. And yes, Chipper, are you with us?
Yes. Good day.
Good day. I don't know if you. I kind of made my statement here. I'm sorry that there was poor communication between me and Lewis about your being invited to present your views and to defend against. First of all, did you see my text in the email of 2F, which is kind of similar to the concerns that I verbalized to you in the Wednesday conference there?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you recall that I talked to you in the Wednesday conference?
Yes,
and
absolutely. I do.
Okay. Could you please expand where exactly you are and what is the source of, I think you said after I confronted you about, you're talking about these issues, that I think you honorably stated that this wasn't exactly an agenda that you were promoting. It was you're just communicating what other people are doing that seem to be moving in a good direction. Is
yes,
that?
These are other people that I have listened to, or for quite some time. I am a spirit-led individual, and I believe those people that are spirit-led also are on the right track. And everything I do by the Spirit. I don't do it myself, and I don't do it for myself. Everything I do for others, because we're all one. And it's to bring us all together in the collection of one. We're all one us. I've done the study of the name. I've studied Scripture. Every Bible out there I have not only read, I have studied. And there's a lot of things. Let me put it this way. It's not being led by a religion or an organization. It's being led by the Spirit. And many things that are in the Bible, okay, have been misinterpreted and misunderstood. I have written articles that have been published, not to say anything, but on Scripture, showing where, it's been misinterpreted. Let me give you an example.
No. Chipper, please, can we stay on point? I think we all claim to have spiritual enlightenment. I'm not ready to concede that your spiritual enlightenment is any higher than mine or anybody else in this conference here.
I didn't say it is.
Well, then
I'm not here to argue. I'm here to try to help people to move forward.
Well,
okay?
With all due respect, Chipper, maybe it's you that needs the help moving forward.
Okay, well, that's fine. If that's your opinion and you don't even know me, okay, and you won't even allow me to explain anything.
Well, I'd like you to explain.
No, you just cut me off. You've just told me that and let me tell you, I am a nobody. You're absolutely correct, because I'm not body. I am spirit, and I'm led by the Spirit in everything I do. Spirit gets me up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I go do what it tells me to do. Okay? And I've been led by the Spirit all of my life. And the Spirit has always, always been correct. And it's always led me down the right road. And I'm not here to argue with anybody. I'm not going to argue. I'm not here to convince you of anything, because only the Spirit can do that. I can't do it.
Brad?
I can't not do it.
Brad.
And I'm not here to argue. I'm not going to argue with anyone.
Brad.
You be led by the Spirit. You let the Spirit lead you. I'll let the Spirit lead me. and we'll see which one winds up on the right road.
Brad, are you here? Michael, we need a mediator in here. Brad, are you available?
I'm here.
Thank you. Brad, can you, Chipper seems to have taken some offense at my choice of words here. Can you please share your opinion about whether or not my choice of words were inappropriate, or if perhaps Chipper might be overreacting just a smidgen here?
No, I think what Chipper was alluding to is that you were trying to funnel him into a specific channel of speaking, and he wants to be able to have a little bit of leeway and to explain his words or his thoughts. And I've always been of the opinion that to just let him speak until he's done, and then you have the floor back. Then that's how I think it should go. If you want, I think we've invited him on to explain his position. You can ask him questions. He's honorably, done that. And I think just give him a little bit of leeway. Let him. We'll ask him to just, not go down any rabbit holes and just hear what he has to say, and then he'll hear what you have to say after the fact.
Well, thank you, Brad. But if I might, before I turn the microphone back over to Chipper, and I'm inclined to indulge a little bit of his broader context there, but I do think failure to focus on specific points of legitimate concern was the reason why Lewis previously explained that he had to leave your previous call, because you were indulging, Chipper, in what amounts to my mind a lot of metaphysical mumbo-jumbo without talking about real serious issues like secret military tribunals secretly executing people. This is a tangible, real-world issue. The due process of law prioritizes, and I, with all due respect, I think anybody can paint real ambiguous pictures with when you get into the metaphysical realm here. And I'd like to briefly hear from Lewis and Michael. Please throttle for a moment after Lewis here, and I'd like to turn it back to Chip.
Excuse me, please. Just your condemnation of me and what you said, I take offense, okay? What I said on that call, I told you, did not come from me. It come from what I was hearing from other people, spiritual people. And you can have your own opinion, I can have mine. But when you condescend me, you are not one. You are dividing us and not making us one. And I take exception to that, because we are one. We're not divided. And you go ahead down your road and see where it finds, and see where it leads you. I know where my road leads to me. It leads me to the kingdom of heaven. Okay? And you're condescending and dividing. Anybody that divides is on the wrong path, because we're one. And
if I may, Lewis here. Because we did ask Brad to reach out to Chipper to bring him back on the call, Charles, I'd like to go ahead and give him a bit of leeway to explain his position, because we did make that request, and then let's go from there. 6:32, right. We've got the time, so if Chipper's here, I would yield the floor.
Let him talk.
Chipper, for the time being, the floor is yours.
Well, I don't know what to say now, because you've already divided us.
Can you talk about the secret military tribunals?
You have not made us one, okay? And I have done nothing condescending against you in any way.
So, Chipper, what we were discussing was...
Let me explain. I've studied all of my life, and I've studied Scripture, I've studied everything. And it all comes down to one thing, people. It all comes down to the name. Anybody know what the name is? Anybody?
Yes, when you say the name, I think of the name of the elective franchise.
No, it's wrong.
Then go ahead and give your answer, your response. I yield.
There's only one name. Okay? It's the name that makes us all one. And that name is the name of the name of our Father, which had no name. Because he had nobody to name him. Okay? But he is the Spirit. He is the Spirit that moves all of us. And when we take a name that's one with his name, now you say, how can you do that? Well, let's go back and look at the scriptures. Let's go back and look at the name Jesus. Okay? Scripture says he's just us. Also, the J is less than 500 years old. It's not a J. It's a Y. His name really is yes, us, because we're all one. That's why this country is called the United States, is called the U.S., it's called us, because we're all one. We're a conglomerate of every nationality, every race, everyone. But we're one. Doesn't make any, we're not divided by anything. We have one spirit. And that spirit is freedom. Freedom, freedom. That's what we're here for. And it's done by being conscious of the name. When you have the name, and I can tell you how to do it, but I'm not going to. When you have
Chipper,
the name,
if I may, this is Lewis.
You are one in spirit. Now let me give you another example. Scripture says, in my Father's house there are many mansions. Anybody know what that means?
Mr. Chipper, would you yield?
No, I will not yield. I'm asking a question. Anybody know what it means? Anybody like to know what it means?
I think there's no response.
Anybody like to know what that means?
No, I don't think that that's where we're looking at going. I think that having you on this call today was really more to discuss this past Wednesday's, the content of this past Wednesday's call, on the union call. So I believe that that's where we're going, as opposed to being quizzed on any.
I'm not. I teach by. Let me tell you, I'm a teacher, and the way I teach is by questions. Because that's what makes people think. And let me tell you this. We're not going back. If I may, please. We're not going back. We're going forward, people. And for you to say that that's what my opinion, that's my idea, it was not, and I made that clear on the call. This is what other people are saying. And I'm trying to let you know who I really am, but you don't care. You don't care about being one. All you want to do is divide. And you people go ahead and see where that gets you in the world. Go ahead and see what happens. Okay?
Well, now, sir,
see what road that leads you down. See what road that leads you down.
I would think that you're being just as condescending as you have accused others on this call. However, I don't want to debate with you, and I'm not looking to argue. Again, what we were talking about was the call, the information that you presented this past Wednesday on the union call. That was the reason that we asked you to be on this call, not for any additional teachings, as you say, because I'm at another end, and I could discuss with you point for point, but that's not what I want to do. So
if we don't
on
have
this
knowledge,
past Wednesday's
wisdom,
call,
understanding, we cannot move forward, people.
And that is making an assumption that other people on this call.
If you don't want to learn, that's fine. Don't learn.
You're making an assumption that other people on this call do not have the same knowledge and wisdom. When you make that statement, that's why I said that you're.
If you want, because you won't listen. You won't. you divide. You won't listen. You're stuck.
What we want to talk about is
in a rut.
What we want to talk about, as opposed to hearing your opinion or assessment of our level of knowledge, is your presentation on this past Wednesday's call.
I've already explained that to you.
Yeah, but some of us weren't on Wednesday's call. I wasn't on Wednesday's call, and I have no idea what the topic is. I don't know what you did Wednesday. Why don't you just save that for another Wednesday call with those people?
Charles, well then, because he's not here to teach on this call. That's not the purpose of his presence here on this call. So, Charles, would you like to summarize once again why we've asked Chipper onto this call?
Let me explain something to you, okay? We only have one reason for being alive, one. That is to love and serve each other. There is no other reason. I've tried to love and serve you people, and I've tried to give you something that can help all of us, make us one. And you people
Brad,
want to divide.
Yeah.
Brad.
Go ahead.
Brad, can you help us to salvage something constructive out of this discussion?
I'm listening in, trying to decide.
Well, maybe I should quickly clarify for Matt that Lewis is absolutely correct, Matt. There's a deeper underlying issue that relates back to the Wednesday conference that is the purpose of inviting Chipper on the discussion here. So please throttle back, Matt. And I think this might be a good opportunity to give Michael some opportunity to try to be reasonable with Chipper here. Michael, would you like to interact with Chipper a little bit?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Charles. Michael in Florida. Mr. Chipper, you were invited on this call tonight to give some insight to your call Wednesday night, and that was the specific reason you were on here tonight with us. And you agreed to do that, did you not?
I considered that we're all one, and I considered that what I said on that call was correct, and it wasn't my opinions. And I expressed that it was other people's opinions. And if you people have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you.
How can we get a copy of the recording from Wednesday night? I would like to know that.
I have no idea.
I'll speak with Charles after the fact and let him. He knows the people that would be able to make that happen. So we'll have a chat after. Yep.
But I just wanted to conclude. He was asked to come on here tonight to give clarity to his comments on the Wednesday call about secret tribunals and executions, secret executions and secret tribunals that were taking place. Now,
well, if I may, Joe,
sure,
you can look them up on the internet. Go to Gitmo, okay? Go to Gitmo. You will find out that we have...
Who has been executed? Could you tell us that? Who has been executed?
The list is long.
Could you tell us?
The list, well, it's everything from movie stars to politicians to, there's over 381 people who have had military tribunals and have been executed.
If I may, what politicians have been executed by secret tribunals, according to your sources?
It's not by secret tribunal, as far as I know. These are tribunals that were held at Gitmo. Okay? The information is out there if people want to go look for it.
Who? Could you tell us what prominent...
Yeah, I can tell you. All three popes have been executed. The white pope, the black pope, the gray pope have been given military tribunals and executed. Over 80 cardinals from the Vatican have been given tribunals and executed. All of the Bushes, all of the Clintons, all of the Bidens, the Obamas, the list goes on and on. Most of the people you're looking at are clones or doubles out there. And don't believe me, go do your research, people. I have.
Okay, so now you are defending this as being truth. It's not, you're not just reporting what you've heard, but now you're defending it to be true. You just told us, do our research. You have done your research.
You discern what is true for you. Okay?
No, you just stated it. You just stated that's what you believe.
Wait a minute. The definition of truth is nothing hidden, nothing concealed, everything revealed. I'm telling you, go look. I cannot give you truth. Truth is something that each one of us has to find ourselves. I can't give anybody truth.
But you just said you did your research.
I just said yes, but I can't give you truth. You have to make the decision what is true for you, not for me, for you.
So when we hold a court of law, nobody can find out what the truth is? Everything is ambiguous? And
I didn't say that. I did not say that, people. I told you truth is nothing hidden, nothing concealed, everything revealed. That's the definition. And I heard you talk about human being earlier on the call. Anybody like to know what the definition of human being is?
Well, Mr. Chipper, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Now, I'm not familiar with last Wednesday's call, and I have been paying attention. And it seems that the question before this group is that there is an allegation that there has been executions by secret tribunals. Is that a correct statement?
Well, I told you I don't call them secret tribunals.
Okay, then please state.
If you go on the internet and look, you can find them.
Okay, so there have been. You have alleged that you have heard of executions by tribunals. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct. And I'm not the only one that you can get on Scott Mallory's call. He will say that he's confirmed this from sources that he knows of. You can also look at Charlie Ward. He will say that he's confirmed this from high sources that he is in contact with. You can get on Sam Meggsy's call. You can get on. There's a whole bunch of it out there, people. If you want to find the truth, if you want to go look. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chipper, I understand.
Let me just give you an example here. I'm on Sam Meggsy's
Mr. Chipper, may I please ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. A lot of people can go online and say, I know this, I have confirmed that,
I just explained
but I have a question for you.
These people that have sources with high officials in the military and in the government has confirmed and said these are true.
Okay,
I'm just telling you what these people are saying.
Okay.
It's not me. I'm giving you and these are numerous sources.
I understand. Okay. So what you are admitting to here now is you have not personally witnessed an execution.
No, I have not.
And you do not know personally anyone who has witnessed such an execution.
And I told you, I've given you all of the information, people. I don't know what you want from me. I've given you the information. I've been truthful. I've done everything I can to try to show people what's really going on. If they don't want to, if they want to bury their head in the sand and not look, that's their problem.
Mr. Chipper,
Mr., please. I have no Mr. in front of my name.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt whatsoever of your belief that as to the truth.
Hold. Let me stop you right there.
Saying.
You know what the word belief? You know what the word belief means?
I'm not going to get into a dictionary discussion with you. I am simply saying I do not doubt that you have a firm belief in the truth of what you think to be factual information. My problem
I have
is
reliable sources. Reliable sources.
You can call.
If you want to go look at the reliable sources, go. Okay? But I told everybody on the call, it was not my opinion. It's what I've heard.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Now I understand better your position, and I thank you for that.
And I also explain what an opinion is.
I don't need an opinion, sir.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Here's the definition of opinion. Go out tonight, and if it's a cloudless night, look up in the sky and find a star. And then say, in my opinion, that star should move itself right across the heavens and place itself right over there and see what happens. Opinions are worthless. They mean nothing.
Chipper, I understand you're disabled, Vat. Is that correct?
I'm 100% disabled. Yes, I am.
Is part of your disability post-traumatic stress syndrome?
No, it's not.
This isn't going anywhere except like this is like a dog chasing its tail.
Hospital people. I died 3 times. I've got a lawsuit for veterans. $900 million, and they tried to take me out. They tried to kill me. And I'm still here because I have a mission to help people.
You seem to be suffering trauma.
I'm not. I'm angry at what you've done to me. And have you questioned that I'm telling you a lie? I do not lie to anyone. No one. Let me tell you, when I was in the hospital, when I died 3 times and came back, one of the nurses said, we got over 500,000 veterans who are homeless. Her response was this: well, they're all drug addicts and alcoholics. And this was my response to her. Who made them that way? When I was in Vietnam, 90% of the men in my battalion were on skag, marijuana, alcohol. Why? Because they didn't know if they're going to be alive the next day. So who made them that way? Whose responsibility is it to help them? It's ours. We made them that way. We. Not me. We.
Okay.
If I may.
I'm angry because I fight every day for truth and for the people and for veterans. Every day. And you want to question. What a bunch of bull you are.
Charles, get rid of this guy. We're not getting anywhere with him.
Don't you ever put me on another call with you guys
Good.
again.
Get rid of him. Somebody who's in charge of this board, get rid of this guy. Enough is enough already.
I thank you, Matt. I do believe that we are at an impasse, it does seem. I want to thank Chipper for your presence and your attempt to explain things here. I definitely thank Brad for facilitating this conversation. But Chipper, I think we're technically at an impasse here. I'd like to ask for a summary from Brad and Lewis and Chipper. Thank you for your presence, but I think I'm going to have to ask Lewis to either mute you or maybe you can voluntarily relinquish the microphone there. Brad, do you have anything that you would like to do in follow-up here?
Yeah, I don't like it when things end that way. He's a truly genuine man. I know that his opinions and his beliefs are probably in some cases offensive and in some cases questionable. I have listened to some of the people that he listens to and heard a lot of the things that he's heard. I have a little different approach than most people. Just because it's on the internet doesn't make it true.
No kidding.
But sometimes, sometimes we hear things from multiple different sources, from multiple different directions. I have heard that, you know, all the stories about who has been disposed of, and some of the Chipper's gone, by the way. He hung up.
Good.
So I respect him. He has dedicated his entire life to being in the military, being a veteran, seeking a higher spiritual reality. I consider him a great man, as I would consider all of you. Sometimes these things happen where I think that I don't know. Some people have different ways of handling confrontation. Myself, I usually just get quiet and try to just answer the questions to the best of my ability. So hold on. Chipper's trying to call me. I'm not going to deny him. Let me answer this.
Well, then go take it. Here's what you got with this. I don't care. This is Matt in Michigan, and some of you know me, some of you don't. But it's like, I don't care what anybody's opinion is, and I don't mean that in an assaulting way, because I don't care if anybody cares what my opinion is. Meaning that if I voice something, you're free to agree, disagree, or whatever, and my feelings aren't going to be hurt. But if somebody says to me on this call right now, Matt, what color shirt are you wearing? And I start talking about how nice it is to have a shirt, and what different fabrics they come in, and what stores you can buy them in, and what countries they're made in, and I go on and on for 20 minutes like that, you're probably going to sit there and wish you could smash a club across my face and answer and say, Matt, I asked you what color shirt you're wearing. Just answer the question. And that's what this guy wasn't doing. Whenever he was asked a question, he kept jumping around with a 20-minute answer. That was enough for me. And then when he started getting pushed on it a little bit, he got hostile. So at this point, I don't want to hear from anybody like that. I could agree with him 110% on everything he's saying. But where you don't make a successful call and accomplish something by watching a gerbil in its the hamster in the circular thing, the treadmill, or whatever they call that thing the hamster runs on. It just keeps running in circles. It don't go anywhere. The hamster gets a bunch of exercise out of it. I don't get a damn thing out of it. And that's what he was doing here tonight. So it's like we got to move on to something productive. I think the idea, when I first came on the call, it was a little bit after it started, and I heard something about what we need to do with the police. And the main problem we have today with the police is that they're not peace officers. They have this militaristic complex that when they encounter somebody, they have to figure out some way to go ahead and arrest them. And they have to figure out some way to go ahead and, take some kind of a, I'll say, law enforcement technique or law enforcement aspect, rather than just trying to find out, is there even a problem here? And if there is, do we have to do anything about it? But anyway, I don't want to go off. I just brought that up to say that's where the call was when I came in, and we started it. To me, that started out in a very productive pattern, and it's been going downhill ever since. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Matt. I'm glad we agree on the counterproductivity of further discussion with Chipper. I wish Chipper well. We're at the top of our 2-hour mark here, and Lewis is probably going to have to conclude his participation with us because of his busy schedule. I'd like to, before that happens, I'd like to ask both Brad and Lewis if they've got concluding comments on any of this.
Lewis here. No, I have no concluding statements. I shouldn't say that. I, attempted to exercise some flexibility there in dealing with Chipper because we asked Chipper to rejoin the call. The fact that he was available and it wasn't something that came up and simply he dropped off of the call because he didn't feel that the conversation that was taking place at that time was worthy of his time or participation on the call. Gives me my, it's a signal to me for everything that I need to know. I don't have any ill will, and I feel that my dropping off of the call on Wednesday was warranted, and that 45 minutes that I dedicated to it was enough. So I look to solutions, not to those that come on and speak very matter-of-factly in areas that, especially areas of faith. I don't think that anyone can really, when one tends to get into that matter-of-factly, you people don't want to know this, I know this, you don't, I have an issue, and I don't think that that's productive, and we just need to move on from that point. So with that, I yield.
Thank you. Hey, Matt, if you can hold just a little bit longer. Brad, do you have any concluding comments here before we conclude our business meeting? Brad? Is Brad still with us, Louis?
He is. However, I think he might be on the other line speaking with Chipper, so that's why he's still shown on the call here. So
okay. Should we go ahead and conclude our formal business meeting at this point, Louis?
It is 7 p.m. On the nose, so yes, I would agree.
This is Truth. Before you go, may I ask what state is Matt from, please?
Massachusetts. Oh, Matt.
No,
you say Matt. Matt is Michigan. Yeah,
that's right.
Matt.
I hear a very, very familiar voice.
Would you please email me and give your? I'm doing very well. Please email me and give me your current information. I still have the same email.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me. Oh, hang on, what? Maybe
Louis can facilitate.
Yeah, send me if you don't want to announce your email here. Just go ahead and. I don't remember what your email is off the top of my head. I don't know if we communicated on Yahoo or Gmail or.
I've got Truth's email. I don't know if I have Matt's email. Charles, I think you do.
I do. If you can get it to me, I can get it to Matt, Louis.
Okay.
I will forward Truth's email to you. And
good. Appreciate that.
Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it.
All right.
Matt happens to be the first person I attended a court case with in Michigan, just for your information. I used to go to court with people. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is an appropriate time to conclude our formal business meeting of business matters that have been on our agenda. We did not get to entangle ourselves in one of our main agenda items here, but I think we accomplished a lot of good work here. Yes, I think we accomplished a lot of good work. Frequently, just getting the board cleared and resolving current controversies is real big progress, even though we're not left with a pot of gold. Just having a clear pathway before us from here on out is a real positive development. And hereunder, this is the 27th of February, 2001, and this is the formal conclusion of our business meeting. I would like to invite everybody to continue on as we move into open discussion here. And at that point, I guess the floor is now at this point open to anybody that would care to jump up and start bringing the conversation in a new direction. Anybody?
By the way, I'm wearing a blue shirt for if anybody cares.
Where'd you get that blue shirt? What country was it made in?
Right. I got it at a Goodwill, And I'll have to take a look at the tag, but I have to take the shirt off to do that, and then I wouldn't be wearing the shirt anymore.
Okay, that's a good argument, Matt.
It's probably made by slave labor, though. That's what they...
Okay, well, I do really like Brad's cool, calm way of handling issues like this. I do hope that maybe we made some progress in Brad's mind as to the potential value to our Patriot movement of turning conferences over to people like Chipper, like Brad did this last Wednesday. I would respectfully suggest to Brad that his future conferences should not be completely turned over to people like Chipper, and that, frequently his conferences are very productive, but I think our concerns about secret military tribunals and if it was a person that could debate point by point about that issue, I'd have greater levels of respect. But I like to refer to a category of debate or discussion as, quote, metaphysical mumbo jumbo, unquote, and that's what I was hearing from Chipper. Just metaphysical mumbo jumbo, a whole lot of smoke and mirrors, a whole lot of talk about how enlightened he is, and about how everybody else needs to listen to him so that we can all be on one page with him. And that is not an objective process. That's subjective. That's giving him the throne of objective authority, and we're all supposed to listen to him. That's a militaristic Roman Empire model of thinking and data processing. See, consensus building is from the grassroots bottom up, where everybody gets to have a say. And Chipper wasn't doing that, and as soon as we start trying to do some grassroots bottom-up consensus building with Chipper, he gets all huffy and puffy at us. And maybe we ought to just let it go from here. I don't want to beat up on Chipper anymore.
No different than Anna Van Ryck. No different than Anna.
Right.
Really, in my opinion.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you. I'm glad most of us are on the same page here, that it wasn't just me beating up on Chipper or Matt or Michael or Louis or any of us. We all tried to be reasonable with him. And what's he do? He starts generating a big head of steam, talking about how we're not listening and we're not all one with God here. And, well, gee whiz. At that point, we got two separate factions. We got all of us on one faction and Chipper in another faction. And so I guess I'm expecting that this will probably be the last time for a while anyway, that we'll be suffering distractions with the Chipper faction. Other comments, questions? I'm going to try to quit beating up on Chipper.
There was Mike I think Mike wanted the floor.
Well, thank you, Louis. Yeah, thank you, Louis. I appreciate that very much. I tried several times, but I guess I wasn't loud enough or quick enough. The bottom line is, Mr. Chipper, and I'm sure that's not his real name, I think it would serve us all good to listen to his presentation and understand the seriousness of this matter, because his topics that night, last Wednesday, are being rumored about throughout the entire country on every platform imaginable. And what rumors are those? The rumors that Joe Biden has been executed, the Clintons have been executed, the Bushes have been executed, the three popes have been executed. And these are all being done in tribunals in Gitmo. And they're secret. Now, Mr. Chipper denied they were secret, but I don't recall ever hearing or seeing anything about these tribunals at Gitmo where people were executed. And finally, I was able to pin him down in cross-examination in the fact that he did finally claim, he stated that these people had been executed and that we needed to do the research ourselves. So what he is participating in, there is a nationwide public hamster wheel taking place. And it's my opinion, and I think it's pretty based in fact, that it's an operation, a PSYOP, a psychological operation for critical mass distraction. And that's what it's doing throughout this entire country, and all the patriot groups, QAnon and the like, are getting people to believe nonsense, fairy tales, fables, absolute lies. And now what's happening, we just witnessed it here in Sarasota, Florida yesterday and today. The sheriff, the newly elected sheriff, who is actually a very fine man and understands the need for grand juries by the people, he is now being demonized by the local liberal rags, newspapers here in this area, because he attended several meetings that we had here in Sarasota County where QAnon followers participated. And he even allowed photographs to be taken with some merchandise sellers of QAnon items. So now he's being displayed on the front page of the paper as this big, huge QAnon follower, conspiracy theorist, whack job, which couldn't be further from the truth. So this QAnon movement has infected and infiltrated the true patriot movements all over America, and it's being used to demonize us. And that's the main reason I wanted this guy on tonight, was to be able to cross-examine him and see where he was getting these ideas from and if he actually believed them. And he demonstrated that he did believe them, and that he even said that it happened. So that's all I have to say. I'm done. I yield. Thank you.
I agree. That was excellent. That's exactly what's going on. The patriot movement, if you will, starts going down the right trail, and the other side, the CIA and all their little games come in there and say, we don't want it. They're going down the right trail. We can't have that. And they want to send us down all these other rabbit trails that lead nowhere. And that's exactly what's going on. You summarize that in, God, probably less than 5 minutes, less than 3 minutes. That's exactly the problem we have, and that's what we have to combat. And when somebody starts telling me that such and such happened, I want evidence. If you can't provide the evidence, there should be factual evidence there. You can't provide it, I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah. And Michael and Matt, good summaries, especially Michael. You delved into the nuts and bolts there real nicely, Michael.
Yes.
Well, thank you. And just briefly, the various groups, like we have a Wednesday night Patriot group, an assembly meeting here in Florida. And the leader of that, Roger Dowdell, he perpetuates these fairy tales and these whack job conspiracy theories. And he refuses to be confronted. He has resorted to banning people from the call and censoring people by disallowing them to participate in the open forum. He also does it on Thursday night National Assembly call. And many of the people in the Anna von Reitz movement are also big proponents of these wacky ideas and conspiracy theories and QAnon ideas. So it just goes to show you that whenever you start getting over the target, you're going to receive flack, and that's what's happening. And I yield. That's all. Thank you.
I'd like to build on that a little bit. I think in larger context, the appropriate wording is COINTELPRO. Back in the 60s and 70s, FBI was actively organizing and financing people to come in and subvert patriotic, honorable movements to end that that fraudulent Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution was a lie. The Vietnam War was entirely unnecessary, and there were all kinds of people doing all kinds of protests and getting active on the streets to bring about an end to that war machine. And the FBI sent in subversives through their COINTELPRO program that was federally funded to subvert the ability of the people to bring about accountability to the evils of the Vietnam War, and that colorably that COINTELPRO program has been abolished. But I'm sorry, I'm quite certain that that's exactly what is happening here through people like Chipper, and I'm not saying that Chipper is knowingly and willfully involved in the COINTELPRO program, but there's lots of people that have been run through a similar program that's rather largely different than COINTELPRO. It's called MK Ultra Mind Control. It's trauma-based mind control, and especially people that have been through the military, that they've been through a lot of trauma. Okay, and so all they know is how to react in a traumatic and big panicky manner, and to pursue a certain narrow-minded agenda, because if they don't pursue their own certain narrow-minded agenda, frequently talking about metaphysical mumbo-jumbo that nobody can track, if they can't do that, then they start suffering trauma. And the MK Ultra Mind Control programs, they get children as little kids, and they traumatize them, and they frequently never recover because the trauma has been at such a foundational level in their growth process that they've been retarded in their ability to spiritually and rationally grow to maturity, and they just can't get past the trauma because it's from childhood on. So whether it's happened through just military brutality and seeing your friends and buddies die causing your trauma, or an actual MK Ultra Mind Control program, what we're looking at here is resources. What's the word? Assets. The CIA talks in terms of assets. They're disposable assets. They're pawns on the chessboard. That Chipper sounds to me like he's probably basically a good guy, but he's been mentally damaged. He's not capable of maintaining qualified elector status in or engaging in rational discussion, because he's got to commandeer the conversation and take it off in an agenda that's comfortable with his programming, his trauma-based mind control programming, or else he's going to throw temper tantrums like he just did right here in front of us all. So anyway, that's kind of my assessment of what's going on, and it's bigger than just Chipper and what went on here. It's like Michael was saying. This is an orchestrated plan. It's well financed, and thank God that we've got a good community of people here. That even though we're diverse and we got our own internal conflicts, we can all recognize. It seems, I haven't heard any dissenting opinions, but we all seem to be capable of recognizing that Chipper's damaged goods, and he's not capable of operating as a qualified elector and a responsible consensus builder in whatever we need to develop to try to save America. We might not know exactly what our finished product will be when we get done with it, but we do know that trauma-based sick puppies like Chipper are not going to be able to be part of the consensus-building process that will develop our final product of some type of reasonable solution to the evils that we're trying to confront. So, thank you. I wanted to say that. I yield.
Keep in mind one other thing too, and I'll say this in the guy's defense. He sounds like he's an old guy, and if he's sitting there in one of these senior citizen subsidized apartments, and he's feeling that's enough to drive you nuts. So he could have some mental health issues just because of that, and feeling alone and isolated. So I'll give him that much, but I'm not going to give him any more. So I think we need to get on to another topic. We don't need to keep talking about this guy. He wasted enough of our time tonight.
Sure. I think Brad may have had a comment there. Brad, would you like to say anything here?
Yeah, I'm back. I just had to calm him down. He's pretty upset. Yeah, he's not. I can tell you this. He is a 100% disabled vet. He is a considerable portion of Cherokee Indian. He has a good heart, but he's pretty high strung. So for that, mea culpa. I thought he would, just kind of help answer questions and bring things to light. But well, it is what it is. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm in terms of resolution, and I like to presume that everybody that participates in our conferences is capable of maintaining qualified elector status. They've basically got an honorable reputation as a rational, reasonable person. But I'm to the point where I cannot consider Chipper within those parameters. I think that if we're going to have constructive discussion, that Chipper's behavior in our conference here today indicates that he's not capable of engaging in community discussion in a calm and rational and mutually respectful manner. Brad?
Yeah, let's just say I would agree that it's best if we just if he were to just be not be made part of any of these conversations again.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I would agree with Charles. He's not a qualified elector.
Yeah. Well,
I think you probably suffered some damage in the military or something there, Brad. Do you have any? I raised the issue of post-traumatic stress syndrome. He angrily denied that, it seemed, but would you care to share your opinion on whether or not that's part of what we're looking at?
He's a 100% disabled vet. I'm not a doctor. I can't make any assumptions about what his disabilities would be. So, I mean, he's whenever I've had the one thing that I have most conversations with him is that at some point, if we get to the point where we can fund veterans benefits, he's all about taking care of veterans. He's any other subject really. This whole thing about ascension seems to be something that has really taken hold of him, and I like to listen to all that stuff. I don't know how where that's all going to go, but I like to listen to all different types of subjects. I like to think that we're all, like you said, capable of having logical and interactive and intelligent conversations without having any moments like that. So, yeah.
Paul Nally here. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not he has been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome?
I don't go there with him. I don't. It's none of my business, really.
Okay. Well, actually, it would be. If you're going to be his friend, you're going to have to understand his condition. And
okay.
I would also like to suggest that everyone on this call tonight, before you go to bed, that you look up the term Asperger's, and that's spelled ASPBERGERS apostrophe S syndrome.
I've heard of it before.
Okay.
I'll do that.
I think you'll find understanding that syndrome will help you understand him considerably better.
Yeah.
Fine, I yield. I thank y'all for the interruption.
Were you able to speak with Bill about Lotus and maybe offer any help in that arena?
No, I waited for his call. I emailed, and told him, give me a call, and I've sat here all day and didn't get a call. So, but I've been, forgive me, I've been exceptionally busy today. So,
no, I get that. Yeah, she was dragged out of her cell. She was beaten by 4 or 5 men, stomped on, broken ribs, broken arm, and she's been denied medical attention for the past 2 weeks. Her arm is totally swollen.
I'm perplexed at why there has not been some citizen come forward and file a federal habeas. That's only a $5 filing fee.
There's been, to my knowledge, there's been 5 habeases filed.
In federal.
There's been in the county and federal, but it's my understanding that the habeas has to be served on the actual place where she's being held.
Yes.
So I don't profess to be.
Whose custody is she in? The sheriff?
She's in. She's not where they want her to be. She's in special custody. She's extremely capable on her own, but they're denying her the ability to write things and present them to the court herself. They're trying to get her admitted into a medical facility with forced medication. So we know where that's going.
No. Why? Okay, let me ask another question then. Why haven't 10, 15, 20 supporters got together, come out of their pockets with enough money to hire a lawyer to represent her? A lawyer cannot be stopped from seeing his client.
I'm not directly involved with the case. If I was asked to step forward and help with some type of fiscal aid or time or stand somewhere and just take up space so that it looks like she has supporters, then I'll be perfectly willing to do that. But I'm not involved with her directly. So
okay, I understand. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry to hear this kind of information.
But if I might, Paul, with all due respect, I think it's always wrong to give money to a lawyer, a bar member attorney.
Okay, hold on. I do not want to go there because I don't misunderstand me. Paying money to some lawyers is a waste of good money. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But the sad fact of life is that there are some people in some professions who can get results. And lawyers happens to be one of them.
Right. But we're in a spiritual battle here, Brother Paul, and if the bar member attorney is unwilling to donate his service to the greater glory of God's kingdom on this earth and saving America, then I think we need to take a hard, firm stand on principles.
Now, wait a minute, Charles, wait a minute. Okay, I understand. There are lawyers out here who have made, in their practice, a little bit of money and probably could afford to take on a habeas pro bono, since it's only a $5 filing fee and at most a 3 or 4 day job. The problem is they're not going to be fed with manna from heaven. They have to get out and work for a living. So
We can bring fresh fruits and veggies to their doorstep. We can create an alternative economic system. This is a larger battle that we need to be putting together pieces for. And I do believe that we need to be practicing the alternative methodology of creating a better universe in every single case that's before us.
The only way to secure one's immediate future needs, housing, clothing, things of that nature, is through bartering services in exchange for greenbacks.
We can barter without relying on greenbacks, Paul. That's the very definition of barter.
No, you can't. In today's society, it don't work. The old barter system was swapping out 3 heads of cabbages for a dozen ears of corn. That don't get it these days.
Well, with all due respect, Paul, those 3 heads of cabbages was traded for silver coin. And silver coin is real tangible material goods, and that is a form of barter.
Yeah, it is a form of barter. I'll admit you don't got to exchange for greenbacks. You can exchange for silver or gold.
Well, that's the direction we need to be moving, and I think you're vastly underrating the potential for alternative technologies that are very powerful to blast Lotus Justice out of that prison cell. I think we should be preparing a jury verdict on declaring her innocent and not guilty of whatever crimes is alleged against her. And I think that our process, if that same money you're talking about raising was put in our treasury instead of some bar member at Forked Tongue Attorney's treasury, that we could move forward with stuff that would light a fire under those jackbooted Nazis that would probably cause Lotus Justice to be promptly released.
Well, you still have a problem with a valid enforceable order. I mean, if you walk up, and hand them a order from the Supreme Court of Justice for the Supreme Court of Law from the United States, they're just going to look at you and laugh.
Maybe they got some attorneys in there that actually know how real law works and are under the delusion that America is really a righteous kingdom that is supposed to respect fundamental constitutional principles. Maybe. I don't mean to raise my tone to you, Paul. I'm just suggesting there are other options on the table, and with all due respect, it kind of aggravates me a little bit when you think that the only reasonable pathway, and you're voicing them in our conference, the only reasonable pathway is to raise money for these Forked Tongue bar member attorneys. I love you like a brother, but that really causes problems for me, Brother Paul.
I can understand, but you have to understand, everybody is here in this life to serve some purpose, and even fork-tongued devils that they are, lawyers do serve a purpose.
I beg to differ on that one. I think the whole planet, it's a franchise from the Roman Empire slave trader civil municipal jurisdiction. In common law jurisdiction, which is where we should be, anybody can bring any complaint at any time. The interests of justice and common law due process demands that precisely, and that's where we need to go. This franchise for bar member attorneys, that's feeding the beast. When you give them money, that's feeding the evil empire. That's feeding the beast. We got to stop feeding the beast.
Well, I think we're getting a bit afield of the original topic.
Yeah. Well, we're bouncing around a little bit. Good, healthy discussion. I'm glad we're sharing our heartfelt beliefs here. I guess maybe Paul. What is a topic we should go back to, or anybody else got a topic? Anybody? I could bounce back to our agenda. Where did my agenda go? Yes. The agenda item that we skipped over in order to entertain our guest interview with Chipper there. Excuse me. Agenda item 2E. We ask attendees to volunteer themselves or submit nominations for self-governing community activists. A lot of this is at Michael's suggestion, and I've kind of reworded this special category as a newly invented preliminary and low-risk category that these officers have suggested as being named similarly as what Michael suggested: county stewards, intel scouts, investigators, delegates, and my own addition there, deputy peace officers. That's at a lower level, still within common law jurisdiction that I like to focus at the center of this conference. And here under approved volunteers or nominees will be function under the authorization and supervision of some peace officer who would be either a town constable, a justice of the peace, a county judge, or perhaps even some higher level judicial officer. In Michael's suggestion, it sounded like we were just giving general recognition to people like that from our forum here, American National Supreme Court of Law, and they're under these people would just basically be turned loose. The common law methodology involves a hierarchy with supervising authority. So when some person at the grassroots level is doing what is a good focal point, judicial investigations, our next paragraph here in item 2E, these deputy peace officers would be empowered to conduct judicial investigations of complaints which have been placed before a court of justice, aka a court of law, and is within their jurisdiction. This is all under what is referred to in Oregon statutes as community caretaking functions of peace officers. And we've got links to documents there that are under OregonGov.us, citations, ORS, Oregon Revised Statutes, 133.033, peace officers, community caretaking functions. And here under these peace officers, there's a number of community caretaking functions. I think that wording is really harmonious with Michael's original suggestion for these county stewards, intel scouts, investigators, and delegates. But these community caretaking functions are specifically delegated to peace officers, which Oregon statutes elsewhere identifies as police officers, but also as constables and state police, and basically all forms of what looks like executive officers. But this quickly gravitates up even one level higher above our town constables to our precinct level justice of the peace judicial officers from our Court of Justice. And that goes to Oregon statutes, ORS 1.010 and 1.020, which says that referencing courts of justice, which other Oregon statutes say are at the precinct level, those courts of justice are authorized at the precinct level in not only Oregon statutes, but also in Texas and numerous other states. It's a general common law principle, courts of justice at the precinct level. And in this Oregon statutes, at sections 2 and 5, it clearly states that these courts of justice have power to enforce order in the proceedings before these courts or before a person or body empowered to conduct a judicial investigation under this court's authority. See, at that point, when we go marching into court clerk's offices or judicial chambers or county commissioners' meetings, the people that Mike is talking about, the county stewards, intel scouts, investigators, and delegates, they can claim to have authority from a court of justice to conduct what's specifically referred to in Oregon statutes and other state statutes as, quote, judicial investigations. This is a mechanism for bringing an extreme amount of power that the bar member attorneys are going to get all tongue-tangled trying to defend against because there is no lawful defense. They're going to have to fabricate out of thin air in order to try to deny our right to move forward in this manner. And this will be very empowering to our grassroots activists, which I believe was the essence of Michael's concern there. And so, at this point, I should probably pause and ask if anybody's got any constructive criticism to share with me here. Anybody? Am I claiming too much authority for our intelligence scouts or investigators for our grassroots level communities here? Anybody think? I don't hear anybody telling me I'm full of smoke.
Well, my problem is I do not know the contractual requirements of each of the other states. So it's almost impossible for me to make a comment about that without having some knowledge, some pertinent knowledge about the requirements of other states' constitutions.
If I might, Paul, thank you for engaging with me here. Every state except Louisiana has embraced common law?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And common law is based on principles. You follow me there?
Common law is based upon custom and usages that have been addressed in common law courts. So in that regard, yes, that would be, principles would be a viable substitute.
Okay.
Here's a good example of common law. If you have a couple, and I mean one man and one woman, not all this bullshit that they're trying to make a marriage out to be today, but one man and one woman, and in Michigan, if they live together for 10 years, the court deems that to be a common law marriage, and it'll be given the same legal what do I want to call it here? Legal, yeah, the legal acknowledgement as if they had gone ahead and gotten a marriage license.
Okay.
So that's the basis of common law. It's like if everybody's doing something in a certain manner, then it's like, okay, this is what you're acting on this basis. Common law fraud is known as a lie. I lied to you, and I told you that I'm selling you this diamond ring, and it's like I said that I represented to you it's a real diamond, and you didn't go ahead and have it checked out. I sold it to you for X number of dollars, and then come to find out, I ended up leaving town, and then after that, it's like, well, you went ahead and had the thing taken a look at, and it's like, no, this is glass. This wasn't a real diamond. Well, I'm nowhere to be found. It's common law fraud. It says it's a lie. So the common law is something that it's really basic. It's not some exorbitant statutory law is not common law. Although statutory law could parallel common law.
If I might, thank you, Matt. Statutes frequently embody common law principles. They frequently clearly state common law principles. But the pre-existing is the common law principles. Statutes merely codify and articulate those common law principles.
Whoa. Charles.
Yeah.
If I may.
Yeah.
Now, this is something I do know and I do understand. Our statutes, whether in the state of Georgia or in the United States, if they go into the common law and they extract a provision, some court decisions that dealt with fraud, and then state of Georgia or the United States says it is unlawful to commit a fraudulent act by doing 1, 2, and 3, then that statute now takes the place of the common law provision. So if you want to know about fraud, you have to go to the statute, not to the common law.
Well,
there's no authority in the common law anymore once a legislature exercises its authority to take the provisions of the common law, bring them into statutory law, and modify it.
Well, Paul, I dare suggest you haven't read much of the English older writer on the laws of England called Coke, Sir Edward Coke, I think is his full name. Have you read much of him?
Yes, I have read some of Coke, and once again, I have to emphasize that when this contract was entered into by the people of the 13 colonies, they charged the United States legislature, the Congress, with the authority to make all laws necessary and proper for carrying out the provisions of that contract. That means that if the legislature goes into the common law, picks up something about fraud, regardless of how it's stated, and they make it clear in the language of the statute that this applies to fraud and it can only be done this way, and this way, then it doesn't matter anymore what the common law says. The law that guides us today in our lives is the statute.
Well, I respectfully suggest that you're in error, sir.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Coke clearly declared that anything that the Parliament of England does that is outside of the clear, well-settled parameters of common law is null and void. Are you aware of Mr. Coke's words in that issue?
I am, but yes, but in the context of what he's talking about, he is correct. The Parliament had and still has a duty to adhere to the common law in whatever statute they create. However, that does not apply to the United States Congress, because the Congress can take a provision in common law and modify it for the benefit of this nation.
Well, they have to stay within the parameters of the common law.
As long as their modification does not invalidate the common law, then they are free to manage that verbiage as they see fit for the benefit of the people of this nation.
True.
So,
but at that point, the question before the court adjudicating a matter becomes, what's the common law really say, rather than what does the statute say?
No. Our Constitution makes it plain. The legislative authority is invested in the Congress of the United States, not in the Parliament of England, not in the decisions of Lord Coke.
Well, the United States law is based upon the English system of law.
Yes, absolutely.
But you seem to be arguing differently.
No. All I'm saying is that if there is a common law process that is clearly set forth in English courts, and maybe 15 or 20 English courts, they all look at this business like, for example, fraud, and they all say, this is fraud, this other thing is fraud, this over here, this is also fraud. But when the United States Congress takes all of those decisions and puts them together so they have a clear understanding of what was meant by fraud there, then they can add something to it as long as it does not change the underlying concept of fraud, or they might take something away from it that they feel like doesn't apply in this time. The point is that if a statute modifies a common law, then the statute, we today here in the United States, we are obliged to comport our conduct with the statute, not what the common law said originally.
Well,
there's a good example of that here going on in Georgia right now, and every magistrate judge in this state who issues a no-knock authorization is in violation of the common law, number one. But number two, they're also in violation of the statutory law. Now, being in violation of the common law won't get anything done to them. But here, under the statute of Georgia, issuing a no-knock warrant, signing a no-knock authorization on a search warrant is a felony. And these dang idiot judges around here are doing it every dad blame day. And nobody can call their hand on it.
Right. The question is, what are we going to do about it?
Well, the legislature has been playing with a new statute to authorize a judge to issue a no-knock, and we're fighting the hell out of that. Pardon my German.
Yeah.
There is no way that even comes close. That is not a legitimate modification of the common law concept of a sheriff going to the door of a subject of the king and being required to knock first and state his business before entering upon the premises. You know, I'm one of them old timers in that regard. You're going to change the law, you better stay within the limits, as Lord Coke said in 1614, when he said something about a man's home is his castle.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I ain't gonna say.
Can I quickly throw some quotes at you here? In our Building Self-Governing Communities document that I'm advocating people share with their local public servants so we can get our respect for our townships and our precincts. The citations document in support of it has sections that present a quotation from California Civil Code that I can read, and also Oregon case law that reads real similarly, but the shorter one is the California Civil Code, and it says, the common law of England, so far as it is not repugnant to or inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution or laws of this state, is the rule of decision in all of the courts of this state of California. Right there. It says the common law is the rule of decision as far as in all the courts of the state, as far as it is applicable within our constitutional systems. Well, our constitutional system since the Revolution threw off all of the Roman Empire tyranny. And so we got a whole new level of depth and breadth and empowerment of common law here in America, in all of the states except maybe Louisiana, and California Civil Code recognizes it, and I got case law from Oregon that reads similarly, and Chris Cave from Nevada showed me a Nevada statute that reads similarly. So I dare suggest that this kind of wording is applicable in Georgia and every state in the Union, and that means that all of the courts, they can ignore statutes. They got to look to common law when they're deciding whether or not to send somebody to jail, because the common law of England, as stated right here, is the rule of decision in all of the courts of the state. It don't say the statutes are the rule of the decision. It say the common laws of England is the rule of decision there. Paul, I yield.
I don't know those constitutional or statutory provisions, but in Georgia, the common law is declared to still be in force and effect, never rescinded, never specifically rescinded, as it existed prior to, and I think the date is September 27th of 1778, I think. I do know it. I do know it is not rescinded as it existed prior to that. However, the Constitution of the state of Georgia also says that the legislature is entitled to make all laws necessary and proper for that are not in conflict with other provisions of the Constitution. So here in Georgia, we have a very clear constitutional mandate that if the legislature of the state of Georgia sees something in the common law that they need to bring over into statutory law and modify it slightly, they have every right to do that under that constitutional provision.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I think you and I have already discussed the language of our judiciary constitutional provision. So, well, anyway, it has been a enjoyable evening conversation, and I thank y'all for it, and I think I best go be looking for a place to start looking at these road maps on my eyelids. Well, there's one thing about getting 75 years old. You're going to go to bed a lot sooner than you used to.
Paul, I want to reaffirm that when we were in the midst of our heated discussion there with that chipper fella, yes, your calm, cool tone of voice, it was soothing. And what was neat is your calm, cool tone of voice and your slow pace and he was jabbering away like a jaybird. He was getting all angry, and you was just one of the most calm and cool tones of voice of anybody in the group. And that was even after me and Michael and Lewis, and you were our big gun to try to be reasonable and calm with that schizo.
And that's if I may be permitted to chastise a friend.
Sure.
The last characterization was just a bit strong because I would recognize, and I only do that because I have a friend here in the county who also suffers from Asperger's. But I was able to understand that he was contending with a mental condition that he could not control on his own. And it takes somebody he recognizes as a friend to calm him down and soothe him and get his mind focused on what it is he really wants to do and say.
Mm-hmm.
And
we don't know if he has that, though.
No, I don't, but having been around it, I recognize some of the symptoms. And we all have to understand that, God didn't make all of us with the same brain wiring. And some people's wiring goes just a little bit in the wrong direction. And sadly, it makes them an unpleasant type character to be around most of the time. But, if you learn how to help another individual gain control of his own faculties, then they can be relatively pleasant to be around. Well, at any rate, gentlemen and ladies, I thank you for the evening, and I think I'm going to go find me a nap place.
All right, Paul. Again, pleasure having you with us.
Thank you. The pleasure is all mine. See you later.
Good night.
Good night.
I'd like to follow up a little bit on that last line of discussion with Paul there, that I do believe that whether it's Asperger's or schizophrenia, I think it's clear that Chipper is suffering some form of mental disability, and I don't mean to be talking disparaging to him by referring to him as schizo. I probably shouldn't do that. But
here, wait a minute. You should, because remember when John Hinckley shot Reagan, and everybody said, well, Hinckley's nuts, and that's a common term that's used. And Hinckley's father started this garbage about how, well, you really shouldn't call them nuts. You should just call them like mentally challenged or some other politically correct term. And it's like, I remember when these people that now they're called developmentally disabled, they were called retards. Joe, the sanitation engineer, he used to be the garbage man. And Gus, the welfare recipient, was just another bum out of work. So I'm not going to play these games. It's like if somebody has these politically correct games, if you want to take a look at one of the things that's got this country going down into a rat hole, it's political correctness. So as soon as somebody starts throwing that stuff in my face, it's like, I'm going to throw it back to them, and I'm not going to be nice about it. So yeah, the guy, you can call him. You can definitely say, schizo. That might be a good word. It might not be, but you don't sugarcoat the issue. I can be crude at times. That's me. I can be a diplomat at times. I can be crude at times. It just depends on what the times call for, and that's the response. That's how I either respond to something or start at the outset of it.
Yeah. Yeah, Matt. And another point to draw out related, I believe, is when people have difficulties and they recognize them, like I'm kind of crippled up here. I don't know if you noticed or you heard, but I don't go trying to do weightlifting or picking fights with big guys or anything because I know my limitations. And so I don't try to compete in areas where I cannot compete. And it's important to have the mental capacity to be able to make judgments based upon your capabilities. And I do know people that are mentally disabled, probably 90% of people that have mental difficulties, I would say. They're smart enough to know that they've got difficulties there, and they throttle back. And they don't adopt big tones of authority and try to hog the microphone and start preaching at everybody about the oneness of the universe like they got superior enlightenment. They got the brains to throttle back and be quiet and realize their limitations, that they're not going to be able to convince a community of rational people that they're the big guru in the room. Unfortunately, Chipper don't have that self-awareness to comprehend that he's got some kind of mental disability, and that's an indication of like MK Ultra programming, where he has got the mental disability, but he's been programmed to not think about it and to just come in and be a COINTELPRO agent asset for the evil empire here. And I'm kind of thinking
we've already spent enough time on this guy. Change the subject. I'm literally sick and tired of hearing about it.
Okay. Good. What's your choice of our next subject, dear Matt?
That's when we start talking about the no-knock warrants. I don't know how the no-knock warrants are despicable. It's something that you're supposed to knock and announce, and the only reason that they don't is due to some exigent emergency circumstances. And here's what happens when they pass something like that. In Michigan, they had this drug lifer law. And it was like, if you had so many drugs in your possession, then by God, you're going to prison for life. And, all the strong law and order types, we'll go ahead and do that, and that's a great thing, and on and on and on. Well, the guys way up high in the drug chain, they know enough not to have that many drugs in their possession. But the problem is that the lower ones, the mules, or whatever you want to call them, they were the ones that got caught with the drugs. So if they had so many drugs in their possession, they're the ones who went to prison for life. And finally, and the wheels of justice move really, really slow, but finally it's like, okay, what are we going to do to go ahead and reform this? And little by little, they've gone ahead and done that. So where that lifer law is I'm pretty sure it's off the books. But that's what, that's one of the things we can actually have an effect on, because we honestly don't need we don't need government overextending its bounds. And that's one of the reasons, I don't think there's anybody I talk to that doesn't agree in some way, shape, or form that the government needs to be restrained, and the government is not restrained. And that's one of the problems that we have today. So that's why the police act like they're, I don't even know the best way to phrase it, but it's like they act so damn authoritarian that you don't even want to deal with them. And I'm in the real estate business. I had a duplex I had to change the locks on, and a couple of Saturdays ago, I went over there with a friend of mine to go ahead and do that. And it's like 7 o'clock at night. Now it's dark, but it's only 7 o'clock. So this guy has a pretty good street sense. He parks in front of the place. He leaves his car running and his lights on. So we're over there changing the locks. We just about get done. And all of a sudden, he's back by his car. And I glanced up, and there's like 3 people coming to talk to him. Okay, what is that? And I'm looking. I thought, yeah, it's the police, sure enough. And his greeting to the police was, well, where you guys been? We were expecting you a long time ago. Because he wanted to diffuse the situation. He didn't want to get it all, hot and bothered with these people, these cops. And fortunately, they were all in their 20s. They were all young ones. So next thing I know, they're on the porch of the house, And they just, you own it. And I said, yeah, I'm the owner of it. And had a nice conversation with them. And they just asked for name, date of birth, and things like that. And then they took off. But that easily could have escalated into a mess if he had either got a chip on his shoulder or I did. Because at one point, I'm standing there talking to him, and I had a blue down-filled jacket on, and which I got at Goodwill, by the way, Cabela's, and it's got a zipper, like on the left side of it, on the outside, there's a little bit of a pouch, and then on the inside, it's got the same thing. And I don't know what I did, but I had to reach in there to get for something, and my hand disappeared just up to where you couldn't see my fingers anymore. And I want to tell you, those cops got a look on their face like, it was one of these like, when I noticed that right away. So when I noticed that, it was like I kept eye contact with them when that was going on. And I thought they're real skittish about that because they don't know what the hell, today, society's different today. And way back when, the cops could be a little bit more, I'll say, nonchalant, but today that's not the case. So I just kept my hands where they could be seen at that point. And I gave them name, name, address, and phone number. And when I give them the phone number, luckily I had just put a sign in the window, for sale, with my phone number on it. So everything went well. But you get some of these cops, and it's like, my God, it could be some minor encounter. And it's like, if you're pulled over for something to do with lights, you have a broken tail light, you shouldn't wind up dead. And there's this kid in Michigan that this sergeant in the sheriff's department, he pulled the kid over because he said the kid the lights were too bright. It was some insane reason. There was no reason to do it. And the kid kind of upbraided him for that. Kid was like, I want to say 18. And they got into a wrestling match, and the damn cop shot and killed the kid. Now, something along the lines, it's like there was discussion earlier about where the hell are we recruiting these cops from? And you've got to get a certain type of individual to be a cop, and it's got to be somebody with high energy, high stamina, but they've got to be able to keep their emotions in check. And that's what most confrontations about anything are. They escalate and they get worse, and they become confrontations to begin with rather than conversations, because somebody can't keep their emotions in check, and it gets worse before it gets better. So we have a situation going on here in Michigan where somebody has this idea, and I wish I had come up with it. I didn't. But Tuesday, we're all going to meet at a place in Berry County. Berry County is one of the smaller counties in the state. I think it's nothing major goes on there, but it's a nice, pleasant county to live in, kind of a bedroom community. And the County Board of Commissioners meets sometime in the morning. So as long as there's public comment, I'm told that they have to let us speak. What this guy wants to do is have us speak from 8, 9, 10 in the morning, whenever they start allowing public speaking, till 5, 6, 7 at night. He wants to keep them there all day. We're going to see if that works, because we have to do something to put government back in its place. And just getting together a group of like-minded folks to do something like that. And we got a good sheriff down there. He's constitutional, so he knows what side the bread's buttered on. And we probably have about a good half a dozen sheriffs in the state here that are really, really good. And that's one way to get these people to understand that we're the master and they're the servant. And none of these elected officials, I shouldn't say none of them, but too many of them, they don't seem to get that. And when they get a power-hungry complex, it corrupts them. And when government grows and grows and grows, it winds up hurting everybody. And that's where we're at now. I'd like to turn it have it go back the way it was and kind of make things improve and go the other way.
Well, Matt, if I might, I don't, with all due respect, you've sided with Louis Ewing in the past against my general beliefs, and with all due respect, I don't think you comprehend the depth of the nature of the problem. That's why you've listened to people like Louis Ewing and others and looking for statutory remedies instead of addressing the real deeper level fundamental issues. And I don't mean to talk down to you, but can I try to explain what I
understand where you're coming from. It's like Louis and I have a lot of experience and success fighting in court using their statutes, their laws, their court rules, and all the other things. So that's kind of where he's coming from. And it's like then you got the basis of all that and what's behind it. And sometimes I can go in there and win a case with a court rule. So all I'm doing when I'm going into court is I'm interested in winning. I'm not interested in using it as a soapbox. And there's a guy that I know right now that got charged with some idiotic offense. I don't know if it was something to do with the interfering with a policeman or something, some goofy thing. And this clown, he is more interested in going to court and using the thing as a soapbox for his beliefs rather than winning his case. So, and again, my experience comes from court. That's what I've done for a number of years. I'm good at it. Probably one of the better pro se litigants you're going to run into. But if you're talking about, what you're talking about, it's kind of like you're going down to more foundational issues.
Thank you. Can I engage on what you're talking about with a strategy of tying up, I forget what the community is, commissioners or something, county commissioners, I think, or supervisors?
Yeah. County commissioners.
Tying them up for a whole day just to kind of like a filibuster.
That's exactly what it is. That's it. You put. Okay, that's exactly what the word is. That when the guy went ahead and sent out the email, that's the word he used. So there you go. You called that.
Okay. With all due respect, I think there's superior strategy available if you guys would sit down and listen instead of just grabbing a hot iron and going out and start whacking and doing things that that filibuster type of strategy, that's just one baby step away from what appears to me to be like throwing a temper tantrum. The statutory codes say that they got to listen to you, and so you're going in there and you're just screwing up everybody's day like a kid throwing a temper tantrum because you got a grievance that you don't know any other way to address than screwing up everybody's day and making them all pissed at you, right?
Well, that's not the idea. The idea is that we have a governor here because of this COVID nonsense that's closing the state down, and the thrust of this is to tell these commissioners, look, you have to follow the Constitution first and foremost, and not follow all these idiotic orders from this bitch governor. We're not going to be that crude about it, but it's like it's one of these situations where we have to do something to rein them in.
Yeah, and so you're throwing a temper tantrum like a little kid and tying up your whole day, right?
It's not a temper tantrum.
It's real similar. It's one baby step away. You're screwing up your whole day and making them all. If
you have people that want to offer public comment and they do it in an orderly manner, that's not a temper tantrum. And that's letting them know that each person comes in there with a different twist on things, and that's what the goal here is, to get them to sit up and take notice, because this has happened before. A friend of mine used to be on a city commission, and he said when we have a lot of people come into our meeting and it's filled up with something, we pay attention to them. So it's not something that we pay attention to what they're up to. We don't work to what they want. We don't just go ahead and like blow them off. If one guy comes there, it doesn't have any power or pull. And that's one of the things that I always have a problem with, is trying to find a stack of people to come with me, and we all stay on the same page and we all go in the same direction. And we say, look, this is what we have to, this is what we're trying to accomplish. And then each one of us would present kind of like the same thing in our own words. And we did that, and we were fighting a new jail, and we lost on that issue. But they got the jail built now in Muskegon County, and they were complaining that it always was over 400 inmates. And now that they have room for 500, they only house about 300. So that's government for you. But we went to all the townships and cities, and we said, look, this is why you don't need this jail. And I gave my reasons. Somebody else gave theirs. A third party gave theirs. That's what we're supposed to do. That's why you have these public meetings, to go interact with them. And, is it going to last all day? Probably not. We're not going to get that many people up there. We're not going to go all day with it. But when they start, we want to let them know that there's enough of us out there that this is what we expect you to do. And that's going to be the whole thrust of things. But it's an orderly, it's orderly debate and discussion is that's really all it comes down to.
Okay, but you're not doing anything to really shift the cosmic chessboard. You see, those county supervisors, they're not legitimate county government.
It doesn't. Okay, that's the argument we don't need to get into. For all intents and purposes, they think they are. I don't care if they're legitimate or not. I just want them to, I want them to back the hell down. And
they're not going to back down as long as they're illegitimate, Matt.
Yeah, I've seen them back down.
Not long term. You're not going to get any fundamental change. They might throw you a few scraps off the table, but they're not going to do any fundamental change. They're not going to make the military police state problem go away, which is what we really need.
Well, that's true too. But it's like, I'm not so worried about if the damn thing goes away. If it's defunded, that's a big plus right there. And you're content to just rearrange the chairs on the Titanic as the ship's going down. I want to take the chairs away, not rearrange them. If I worked
either
on
way,
villages,
the ship's still going down, right? And you're not going to do anything to fix the hole in the bottom.
We are. That's the press. This is part of the process. It's a slow-moving process.
No. You don't get it. The hole's in the bottom. We need to be down there fixing the hole in the bottom of the ship.
Well, you're not going to go in there and just tell these people they're a bunch of bastards, which is another word for illegitimate, accomplish anything.
We can go in there and speak in those kind of tones to them if we got a criminal complaint before a court of law within their jurisdiction.
Well, okay. Well, go file it then. I'm not holding you back. If you want to do it, do it. I mean, I think that's great.
Well,
I didn't organize this thing on Tuesday. I just got the email. I like the idea. I'm going to go down there, see what happens with it, and I look at it from where if the option is to do that or nothing, I'm going to take that.
Why don't you throw some paperwork at them, like my constructive notice of treason document and my self-governing communities document, so that you can lay the groundwork for forming your own precincts and townships and have your own peace officers instead of their military police state police officers?
Well, that's because I'm not setting this up. This isn't my thing. I'm just like, I'm not the guy that's facilitating it, setting it up. It's not my plan. So I'm not going to come to somebody else's event and say, guys, this is how I want to run it. It's like, to me, it's like, that's what you had tonight when I shouldn't do this, because I said I was set up sick and tired of hearing about the guy. But when Bozo the Clown came on the call tonight, that's what he was trying to do. And it's like, that's not the direction we're going in. So it's like, whoever call I'm on, if I don't agree with something, I just say to myself, you're probably better off keeping quiet about it. It's not your call. And somebody said to me, why don't you start your own call? And I said, I honestly don't want to, because I've got my hands full with a bunch of other things. And it's like, I'm not getting those done to the degree that I want to get them done. So, when I come on the calls, I try to offer my opinions that would help the call go in the direction it wants to go, and stop right there. So if I brought all your stuff in there, these people are the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to get, I can see the eyes glazing over because a lot of those guys wouldn't understand it, although a lot of them would. I mean, these are the common law patriot types, and they would, I'm certain that a lot of them would understand exactly what's going on here. But it's just we have to get somewhere to, first we got to get their attention. And the situation that I've had the problem with is you stand there right in front of them, you start talking to them, and they nod their head up and down like one of those dolls that used to be in the package shelf of your car. Remember back in the 60s and 70s, you'd put some animal back there, and as you're driving the car, the bobblehead would keep going up and down. But then at the end of the day, they don't pay any attention to you. They're just like, oh, okay, they just kind of like we listen, we nod our heads, but then nothing changes. And it's like sometimes you have to go ahead and have a group of people to do it to where they will start to listen because, depending on how this goes, I'm tempted to tell them they're subject, if they keep it up, they're going to be recalled. But, again, it's not my meeting, so I'm just going to sit there and listen to see how it goes. I don't even know any of these people as far as the commissioners are concerned. So, I can't, I have no clue one way or the other how
Is it a different county than where you're at?
Yeah, it's a different county.
Yeah.
It's an adjoining county. So, I know it's, like I said, I know the sheriff pretty well, but I don't know I don't know any of the other, I don't know any of the commissioners or any of the other elected officials.
Did you say the sheriff's a pretty good guy?
Oh, yeah. He listens when you talk to him.
Well, that would be a good opportunity to try to spark a discussion with him about organizing posse comitatus and peace officers under his authority. He's got the right to organize and recruit an army of 1,000 armed men in his county. That's the common law jurisdiction that's based on biblical Torah law.
He's got a bunch of special deputies. He's got quite a few already.
That's military franchisees under the military municipal Roman Empire form of government that is not peace officers. They are, in essence, police officers.
Right.
They need to convert to peace officers. And the people under him, they need to be precinct captains, justice of the peace, that command 100-man army in each of them. This is the lawful authority that and you put these kind of documents in front of commissioners or the sheriff, and if they do that little thing where they go, and they're nodding, and they're not even listening to what you say.
Right.
Oh, very good. Thank you. On the public record, you just agreed that each of the 10 precincts in our county has the right to organize and arm 100 men to go out and kick the shit out of any corrupted public servant that dares to screw with us at the grassroots level. Go ahead and continue on video camera here. We do like to make the public record that you're agreeing that we got the right to kick the shit out of your jackbooted Nazi police officers when they're committing crimes against us. Can we have another there?
It does sound good. I mean, I'd love to do that. You have no idea how much I'd love to do that.
Well, I'm thankful I'm finally using sarcasm effectively to finally get through to you, Brother Matt.
No, I don't think I haven't been listening to you for the last 40 years we've been having these calls. It's like I look at it from okay, we have to go ahead and implement
maybe only
this.
30. Maybe only 30. You might be exaggerating just a smidgen.
Well, actually, I started getting on these calls. God, when did I start? This is 2021. I want to say at least 15 years ago, but not 30. We didn't have that long ago. But it's like, I mean, I listen to everybody, and I'm saying, gee, that sounds great. How do we go ahead and implement it? And then that's when it's like these things are not that easy to implement. And the first thing these morons do is they run to their, I'll say, the Michigan Township Association, the Michigan Municipal League, or something like that, and then who's there? The attorneys. It all winds up in the lap of some damn lawyer, and you're back to the same thing that's the, I don't want to say these lawyers are the root of all evil, but when I take a look at a lot of them, it's like it's all about, you know, power and control, and that's what they keep doing to us. It's like power and control, and they honestly think that we're the pawns in the game. And that's not the way this is. That's not the way this government was set up. It was set up to where it's the people that are the kings, and it's the people that are in the government that are the servants. And the one other thing is that lawyers were never meant to be public officials. They were never meant to run for office. And when I was the chair of the Reform Party, and we had a platform committee. I was in charge of that, and I got it into the platform by like 2 votes that if you're a lawyer, you're not allowed to run for public office. You can be a judge, you can be a prosecuting attorney, but you cannot run for governor, you can't be in the state legislature. That's not for you, because that's not what it was meant to be. And, you know, I had one woman in there that got really emotional about it because her husband was an attorney. So obviously she didn't vote in my favor, but that's okay. I still had enough votes. And that's how that's how you bring things back to. I don't mind hiring a lawyer, but it depends on, you know, what's the purpose of having the lawyer? Do you really need them? And I don't want to say they all charge too much, but it's like, they're like a doctor. The lawyers and the MDs, they're just, they're overrated. That's probably the best way to put it. They're overrated, and they make things more complicated than what they are.
Their marching orders, the nature of their franchise is to obstruct the ability of people to access justice through the courts.
Right.
They're not here to help people get justice through the courts. They're here to lend color of legitimacy to the corrupted judicial officers that have taken over our court system and produced an environment wherein the common people can no longer access anything remotely resembling justice through the court system.
It's about the size of it.
Yeah. We're hugging the discussion here. I see, is that Brad with us? Or I see Michael's with us, and you, and David. Dave and the Thumb with Pam. Hi, Dave. And Michael? It looks like Brad dropped off. We're down to 4 now. But I guess Michael and Dave and Pam are feeling like just listening in. But Brother Matt, as much as I enjoy the discussion with you, I feel like I'm dragging you kicking and screaming over to trying to embrace the more fundamental issues that I like to focus on.
What you're missing is that when I go to work on something, I want my toolbox full. And if one of my tools has to be the Michigan Court Rule Book, and I can go win just on that, then I'm going to use whatever tool I need, and I'm not going to go ahead and not use a tool for whatever reason. I will use that tool, and that's how I wind up winning. Use the right tool, and you're good. That's how to pull it off.
Right. Well, if you're following, it sounds like you're following the Lewis Ewing statutory code pleading strategy. And I recognize that frequently can produce beneficial short-term results. But with all due respect, it's not going to save our nation from the deeper problems that we're facing. Okay? It's a temporary fix.
I am not trying to sit there, and I'm not one of these save the world guys. So that's like,
that's what this conference is dedicated to, save the world. Because we're in a shitstorm of trouble here. And if we're not talking about addressing fundamental issues, then we're just jerking off.
Well, you're gonna have to start them very slowly, step by step. And you've been at this quite a while, and I don't know where you've. I don't know how you got things.
My documents are better, and I've got 6 signatures on a coronavirus jury verdict so far. I think I got Chris Cave to agree. That's number 7. Are you willing to put your signature on a jury verdict saying this coronavirus thing is a big fraud?
Oh, sure.
Okay, that's number 8. See, once I get 12 people agreeing to sign on to that coronavirus thing, then I can start getting in the face of these jackbooted Nazis.
If you want to go ahead and tomorrow there's a Zoom call. It starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, and it's called Greens Against COVID Repression. And it's people in the Green Party and that are affiliated that are against COVID repression. And if you come on that call and give you got to give a brief discussion, don't you? They're not going to give you 15 minutes. It's like you're not going to be able to get more than about 5. But it's like you say what you're trying to do, and you're going to get people that will want to bite. You will get your 12 people. I mean, you'll get them. You would get them on that call because all of us are fed up with the. This is about government repression too. That's really what. So that's kind of where we're. Yeah. So you're welcome to come on that call, and I can send you the. I can send you the link. I'll get it. I think I've already got it. I'll send it to you, and then you can get on it if you want to. Even if you just come on there and like maybe it might be a good idea just to listen to the call for a while. And if they're going to want you to identify yourself and say where you're from, just say that you're one of my guests, and then they'll let you stay on it because and then just listen to what they're doing. And it's like we're all fed up with this COVID crap, and this COVID thing is kind of like I'm going to say it's a mesmerized, exacerbated flu. And yeah, you got to take it seriously, but it's like, I'm still not going to take it to the point these nut jobs are wearing a mask everywhere. And I was in a bank with a friend of mine Friday, and I didn't want to go in there, but we did. And the first thing I walk in there, and this bitch is telling me to put a mask on. She must have said it 6 times. And finally I just glared at her. I said, I heard you the first time. And then we're standing there talking with the teller, and I had the mask below my nose, and now she's having a hissy fit telling me to put it above my nose. And I said, I have a sinus infection. I can't wear this thing. And they're still going around and around. I want to tell you, I couldn't wait to get out of that damn bank. Just like these people are I honestly, there's something in the Bible that says only the remnant are going to make it through. And in my rather negative, cruel dreams, I'm saying to myself, for God's sakes, bring it on and get rid of all these damn sheeple. The way they're so stupid, they go along with everything. Just get rid of the damn things. They're nothing but all these people that go along with this stuff. It's like,
That's good, man. I catch myself thinking similarly sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like and they come from, you name it, all backgrounds. I'm in the store one day, and the guy says to me, "Where's your mask?" I said, "I can't wear it. I have a sinus infection." And I don't get rude with people. And then he just said, "Well, you should wear it anyway." And it was like, I almost said to him, well, "Did you vote for Biden?" And I can usually get through certain places without wearing it if I just say I got the sinus infection, and they don't give me any trouble now. But when an individual just throws that at me, it's like my rule of thumb is I give everybody one shot. Now he took his one shot. If he kept saying something, we're gonna be discussing it in a little bit more detail. I would have got right in his face, and I said, I'm not wearing that mask. And you need to mind your own business. I wouldn't even have been that mean. I had a situation with a neighbor. I live in a subdivision that all the streets are private, and they have this speed limit 18 on it. Well, nobody goes 18. I mean, some people blast by a lot faster. The people that live down the road from me, they're not going to go 18. They're going to go 30 or whatever, however fast they damn well please. So I'm leaving my house one day, and I got to go by this clown's house. And by the way, he had in 2016, the asshole had a Hillary sign in front of his house, and in 2020, he had a Biden sign. So that tells you what kind of idiot he is. Oh, and he's an MD besides. So there's your frosting on the cake. So when I see somebody, I usually wave to him. And I've talked to the guy before when he's walking his dog. So I just happen to see him outside. I wave to him. And he takes both of his palms, and he puts them down by his side, and he kind of pushes down. I thought, what the hell's he talking about? Where's he going with that? And I thought, bastard wants me to slow down. So I went and did what I had to do. I'm on my way home. This time he's out walking his dog, and it was a sunny day out. I had my car window down. Bastard yells at me to slow down. I thought, okay, that's it. Stopped the car, backed it up, and I said to him, do you know what I'm good at? I'm good at minding my own business. Do you know what you need to get good at? You need to get good at minding your own business. And I said, I'm going to go enjoy the rest of the day. You do the same. I never gave him a chance to respond. I drove off. Well, the other day, I walked to the store, and when I leave during the day, I've got a black coat on, black pants, black backpack, and stocking cap and dark glasses. That SOB saw me walking, and he's in his car, and I want to tell you, he just gave me a double take. And he doesn't walk his dog by my house anymore. Him and his wife used to walk the dog here. He rarely comes by here anymore. And it's kind of like why he thinks he has any right to exert any type of authority over me is completely beyond me. But his dance card is all filled up. So, fortunately, I don't think I'll ever have any conversations with him or any type of encounter with him. But I kind of think that when I act towards him the way I do, I think he's got it through his head that he probably shouldn't go ahead and have any interactions with me, and that's exactly the way I want it.
Well, at least no stupid interactions. If you got something positive to say, that's great, But don't be telling me to slow down when I'm not endangering anybody. Right.
That's it. There you go. So if there's people out there, it's like, and the one thing that I do is if my car is parked outside my house, it is always backed in rather than driven in. So when I leave, I have a clear view of everything around me, and that way I won't back into somebody that's walking down the street. So it's a little consideration for my neighbors.
Yeah, and it also makes for a quicker exit when you need to take off and run. I've heard FBI agents put reports on people that do that and saying he looks like he's a criminal trying to get his escape route engineered just to perfection because he's backing into his driveway instead of frontwards in.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Things like that when you're just trying to be more efficient. The jackbooted Nazis.
I'll tell you where I got that from. When I was growing up, there was a cop that lived in the next block from me, and he always backed his cars in. He never had them where they were pulled like you're driven in. And I thought, why does he do that? And it's like, one day what got me to do it was, God, this is probably 30 years ago. Go out in the car, start it up, get it warmed up. And usually nobody was walking down my sidewalks. So then I just go ahead and take off. And as I'm taking off, I'm looking out the back window. Well, if I had left about 3 seconds after I did, I would have run over one of my neighbors that was walking down the sidewalk. So when that happened, that was my cue. I said, look, your car's outside anyway. Instead of you having to back it out and drive off, when you get home, you back it in. And that way, when you drive off, you got a clear view of everything, and you're not going to hit anybody. Mm-hmm. So but the FBI, the way that when the government they have too much time on their hands, and it's that's why my thing has always been to defund them. I don't care if it's the police, the assessor's office, wherever the hell it is. I don't want them to have the money. If they don't have the money, they can't spend it against us. But if you give them the money, they're not going to spend it to assist us. It's not going to be spent in our favor. It can and will be spent against us. In fact, I'm trying to, when I sit down one of these days, I'm going to get the copy of the Miranda rights out, and I'm going to write up something that says that's your dollar. You have a right to keep that dollar. If you decide to give that money to the government, that dollar to the government, it can and will be spent against you. Some kind of, I don't know how I'm going to put it together, but something along those lines. Because you got to realize that there's a lot of people out there that they honestly, they know something's wrong, but they don't know what it is. And if you can educate them on these issues, then they'll sit up and take notice, and then they'll seek out the information for themselves. Those are the people I really like to deal with, to where they understand that they know something's screwy. They're not sure what it is, but if you point them in the right direction, they'll pick the ball up and run with it. They'll start doing their own homework, their own research. That's what I like to see right there. That's when that happens, it's like I'm satisfied. I opened the door for somebody, pointed them in the right direction, and said, "Look, this is this is the problem." And they start saying, I knew that was always something was wrong, and thanks for going ahead and thanks for going ahead and letting me know. And then they can go ahead, they go from there and just learn a little bit more, about what the true issues are, and how do we how we go ahead and try to resolve them. So first you have to define what the problem is, and a lot of people don't even know that. And then once they start to learn what the problem is, then they can go ahead and say, okay, what's the solution? So first we have to actually define what it is. It's like if I have a heart condition, I don't want the doctor saying I have asthma. It's like you got to find you got to go ahead and find the solution, and then get everything taken care of. And that's one of the problems, is that they know what the problem is. One of the redundant talk. They know what the problem is, but the problem is they don't know how to find a solution to the problem. And you really need to go ahead and identify that.
If I might, Matt, have you heard the saying that if problems are similar to trees, we've got 100 people striking at the branches while there's only one person striking at the root?
Yep. That's right.
Well, that might not be the exact wording, but it's pretty close. I think you probably heard the similar saying. I get the believe me, I get that, because that's something that if a problem is the tree. And two, this is part of why we got so much voter apathy and apathy across the board in court cases, and nobody wants to go there because it's usually a court case, little chicken shit stuff. It's not anything real that's going to change anything long term. It's just somebody trying to get out of a traffic ticket or some stupid ass little shit that is not really going to make any fundamental changes in a big way for everybody. And that's why I really prefer to focus on the common law roots of the issues here. The very nature of the police forcing issue that we're talking about, I think I've mentioned it before in your presence, but the nature of the police power defined in Black's Law Dictionary. The police power emanates in our United States of America through a corrupted U.S. Supreme Court decision that talks about the nature of the 10th Amendment. Have I talked to you about that one before?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, Black's Law Dictionary says, under the 10th Amendment, the Supreme Municipal Tribunal of the United States of America has declared in their infinite wisdom that since the 10th Amendment declared that the states got all of their rights reserved to them, basically, that gee whiz, that means they can run their own Nazi military police states and give out franchises to the local city police departments to run their jackbooted Nazi military police departments because the states got the right to run jackbooted military police departments under the 10th Amendment, which preserves all rights to do anything they want to the states. That's where the police power comes from in our larger context of American constitutional law, okay?
You want something sent to you about...
Let me build on that. Let me make a follow-up point before you go taking me off on another subject. In contrast to that insanity, our constitutions also, our state constitutions, frequently the better ones, Oregon, Colorado, and Texas, and a few others, state in their legislative department that the state shall make no special or local laws. Have you heard me talk about that before?
Mm-hmm.
I got this one from Leroy Schweitzer of the Montana Freeman. The state constitutions, almost all of them, except maybe Louisiana, says the state legislative assembly, the only constitutionally recognized lawmaking authority, they're supposed to be the lawmaking authority. The legislative assembly shall make no law respecting the jurisdiction of justices of the peace or of constables. Okay?
I just sent you something. I just sent you something on the 10th Amendment. I just forwarded it. I just got it. Got it today. It's called the 10th Amendment Center. Welcome to the 10ther Movement. So you might enjoy reading that. I don't know if you know about it already, but it's in your.
It sounds like the guy with the YouTube channel on the 10th Amendment, right?
I haven't even. I get so many things that I don't even know if it's going to go to. No, this is 10thamendmentcenter.com. This is not. Wait a minute.
That's the home web page of the guy with the 10th Amendment Center YouTube channel. Looks like an Ashkenazi Jew out of Los Angeles. And he's pretty good for an Ashkenazi Jew. And Matt.
Yeah, that's it, Los Angeles. That's his address. That's probably the same guy.
Yeah, he comes up with some pretty good stuff. But, again, he's shallow. He's thinking in terms of statutory codes rather than common law principles.
That is different, yeah.
Yeah, it's big time different. See, you can dance if you know the principles. If you're going through statutory codes like Lewis Ewing, you're a robot. You're clunky.
Yeah, but you got to understand what he's trying. Lewis is trying to win a court case. Lewis is not trying to change the foundations.
I question Lewis's sincerity. I think he's here to distract from people like the Montana Freeman that are addressing issues in more fundamental and organic manners.
No, I got to know the guy pretty good. And, I know him pretty good, and he's, let's put it this way. He has a sarcastic attitude like me, and that's one of the reasons we get along so well. And we come off with stuff that we mean it. A lot of times I come off with stuff, I mean it in jest, and it's like it's not taken that way. And sometimes when I go back and I listen to myself on some of these recordings, it's like, gee, no wonder it wasn't. If you know somebody real well, you can clown around with them, and they're not going to take it the wrong way. But on some of these calls, you just, they don't know you that well, and they take it the wrong way. But him and I, we can sit there with all this sarcasm, and some of the stuff that he says, it's like, some of the ways he talks to some of these people that are government officials, oh my God, it's like...
yeah, but why won't Ewing talk that way to the corrupted government officials based on common law principles instead of statutory codes? See, the problem I have is he's always only doing that kind of shit with statutory codes, and he never applies the same strategy in support of common law principles.
But he's not getting anywhere with a common law principle. He's trying to win a court case. If he could win it with a common law principle,
you're making
he'll do
too many excuses for the guy, Matt. You're bamboozled.
No, he's not doing the same thing you're doing.
We're going to have to agree to disagree on Lewis Ewing there, brother.
He doesn't. You two don't like each other anyway. So that's like, and he's told me he doesn't like you. So it's like, fine. You're both at least you got something in common there. You don't like each other. So fine, but it's like, I look at things from I kind of try to step back from things and look at it from a different point of view, and I just say to myself, if I need if I'm putting a screw in the wall, don't bring me a hammer. And it's like, I want to focus on what I'm trying to accomplish first, how best to do it. And it's like,
you mean how best to do it short term, to rearrange the chairs on the Titanic?
If look, I got a court case right now, a landlord-tenant case. I'm going to use the statute, the court rules to win it. I don't have to bring any of this common law stuff in there, try to use it as a soapbox and lose my case.
Yeah,
I'm not interested in losing my court case. What you're doing is different.
I wish you well in that short-term problem you're facing there.
Well, I thank you. I appreciate it. I have a real asshole for a tenant. And this was a guy that...
You got a bit of an asshole on the other end of your phone here, too.
I took this guy. He was basically 3 steps away from being at some shelter. He had a post on Craigslist, and he said that, he was looking for a place to live, and he'll furnish labor in exchange. Now, that doesn't sound too bad. So we met. We took a tour of my properties, and there's some about them it just didn't click. But I thought, I'm going to give him the chance anyway. Then a couple other things happened, and I said to myself, you should get rid of this guy. And I didn't do it. And it's like, now he seems to think that I owe him a lot of money, and that all of a sudden he says, well, it's like I owe you essentially he sent me an email back February of last year saying that he'll be out of my house by the end of April. And he hasn't done any work for me since 2019. The son of a bitch is still in my house. He asked for a jury trial just to delay the process. It's just been one nightmare after another. I got to figure out a way to get him out of my house. So that's what, that's kind of where it's at. It's just a mess that, I have to deal with. And, he's got legal aid. That's really nice. The guy's a deadbeat with legal aid. So that's always, it's just, let's put it this way. None of your principles are going to help me win that case. I got to go ahead. The only, I don't know, I'll win the case eventually, and he knows I'm going to win it eventually because he can't stay there forever. And once the judge sees that email about, I've got to file a motion for summary disposition and then say, okay, here's the deal. You said you'd be out of there by the end of April. You're not out of there by the end of April. We're still dragging this thing on and on and on and on. And I've got to get this bozo out of there. It's just so I decided that I'm probably not going to do that again because get somebody in your place and you want to go get rid of them, and then they pull all this stuff. It's like no, I'm not going to do it. There's a reason you don't barter. You go ahead and do an hour's worth of work for me, and it's like you tell me you want $20 an hour. When you're done, I give you $20, and the transaction's concluded. And that's why, even though it's nice to barter, I bartered for stuff before. I've traded real estate for personal property items. That worked out pretty good for everybody. But when you have these ongoing type of things, that's where that's where barter becomes a little bit chancy. Am I going to do it again? Yeah, I'll probably do it again, but I'm going to set it up just a little bit differently. And the number one thing, when you get a feel for somebody and things aren't coming across good, then I should have threw them out in September of 2018. Before the end of 2018 is when I should have got rid of them. And I didn't do that. And that was my mistake because he was playing me like a string the whole time. And anyway, that's not what this call is about. This call is not about my court cases or what I'm working on. This call is for the purpose of this call is to educate people, to get them going in the same direction, so we can make some fundamental foundational changes in the system. Am I right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Matt. Thank you for being cognizant of that.
I don't want to take everybody's time up with my stuff.
Well, there's just a couple others here. Dave and Pam and Michael are still with us. Maybe we can invite them again to jump in and share some of their thoughts. Michael, Dave, Pam, any of you feel like jumping in? Jeez. I guess we're the only live entertainment here, Matt.
Yeah, that's kind of what usually happens is towards the end of these calls, a lot of people just drift away, and then you...
multitasking, check back to see what's going on every once in a while.
That's what happens because I'm on the phone. So whenever I get on the phone on these calls, I obviously have the phone with me all the time. But when I'm not on the phone and I just have the I'm going to send you the link for this Zoom meeting for tomorrow. When I'm not on the phone, and it's like you want it to I'll send it to your Proton Mail account.
That's good.
And when I'm on the computer, and then I just kind of walk away from things, it's like you never know if they might not even be in the room. They just left the computer going, and it's like that's where. But when you're on the phone, you've got to be on there to listen. And that's why sometimes I get on these calls, I mute myself, and then I'm muted the whole time. I don't even say anything, because if somebody's saying something that I would agree with, I don't need to just repeat it. And if there's nothing else for me to add, I don't have to say anything. Some people feel it's incumbent upon them to get on and literally hog the meeting. And I remember this is when we were meeting back in, this was in the late 90s and right after the turn of the century, that we had this, I'm going to call her a fat bitch because that's exactly what she was. And this fat bitch would go ahead and she had to dominate the meeting. And I mean dominate the meeting. And it got to the point where she would start talking, and one day we actually had it to where a discussion was ensuing. She couldn't stand that. And she sat there and she said, listen to me, listen to me. All she wanted, she was an attention hog as well as being a food hog. And she had to have constant attention. And she just had to talk up a storm. And she didn't want to hear a damn word about what anybody else had to say. She was the type of person that you'd be at a restaurant with her, and let's say that she had to reach for the ketchup and she spilled something on you when she was doing it, she'd just say, "Oh, I'm sorry about that." And then 10 minutes later, she'd reach for the ketchup again and spill something on you. "Oh, I'm sorry about that." And she'd just kind of do whatever she wanted to do, and then she'd just think by her apologizing that made everything okay. She didn't change her behavior. Okay, she was married 3 times. All the guys divorced her. Now that should tell you something right there. It's one thing if usually it's the woman that gets the divorce, but in this case it was like, all the guys went ahead and divorced her. So I frankly wish I almost never met her, but the sad thing is the woman was a brain, really smart. She got to the root of a lot of these issues, but she didn't know how to apply any of it properly. And we had a judge in Michigan that's retired, a federal judge, and he was a stickler for idiotic things. It's like his name is Robert Holmes Bell. And if you were putting a pleading together, you put his name on it as Robert Holmes Bell. You don't say Robert H. Bell. And if you're in court with him, you will refer to him as Your Honor. You don't call him Judge Bell. And one time I was in this courtroom for something. There was a bunch of people in there, and the bailiff, comes in the room and says, "All rise." And okay, so everybody stands up. And he comes in there and he sits down, and there were people that started to sit down and were fully seated before he sat down. And I said to myself, "Oh no, don't you dare. You stand up and don't you sit down until he is firmly ensconced in his leather chair." So I did that. And he looked at me and just kind of grinned. He liked that. And I thought, that's all you got to do to appease the guy. It ain't much. Well, she writes the judge a letter. She says, "Dear Ding Dong." And it's like, you dumb cunt. You don't have to go ahead and antagonize him. But he got even with her because she got herself into some mess helping some people that were fighting the IRS. And she had the U.S. Marshals come to pick her. He had the U.S. Marshals come to her apartment and pick her ass up. And it's like, she was supposed to appear. She didn't appear. And it was like, it was just enough already. And it was like, she got herself into her own mess. She really, really did. So I had no sympathy for her. And the day that I got the phone call that she died, it was, God, I'm going to say 2012. I think it was 2012. A friend of mine calls and he says, "Well, Matt, I just wanted to let you know that Judy died." And my first reaction was, I've got mixed feelings on that. And normally you're supposed to say something like, "Gee, that's too bad." And it was like, that was my literal first reaction. And I thought to myself, "You bitch, you left a trail of, you took a situation, you ostensibly went in with the idea that you're trying to make it better. And it's like, no, you weren't. You were using us to experiment with for your theories. So let's say you had a court case for something. She didn't give a damn if you won or lost it. She just wanted to use it to experiment on you, like you're a guinea pig for her theories." And at one point I said to somebody that I was going to ready to testify against her. And after that I called her, and this guy got back to her, and one day I called her for something, and normally she was the type where if she got you on the phone, you could be on the phone for 2-3 hours, and you were lucky if you got to talk for 2 or 3 minutes, and she would do the talking for the 2 or 3 hours. This time when I called her, we were on the phone for like 8 minutes, and she barely said 2 words. But if I had it to do over again, I would go over the kind of like go over the edge and go testify against her, because she just really didn't. She did not understand. She understood what she understood well, but there's a lot of the other things she didn't understand. And when you start talking to her about things she didn't, instead of wanting to learn about them, she would just be even I don't want to say even more obstinate, but she would be obstinate about it. So it was just quite a pickle to get myself into, and that's why I said to myself, I will never, ever, as long as I live, listen to I guess Rush called him a psychobabbler. If somebody just wants to talk for like on and on and on, if it's a lecture, I'll listen patiently. But if it's just somebody that is just wanting to hear themselves talk, then that's where I've got to go ahead and cut bait.
Yeah, and that's where we were with our guest speaker this evening.
And when you have a situation where you're referring to a call that happened Wednesday night that some of us don't know about, now you got everybody at a disadvantage. So that's
well, everybody else that doesn't know what's going on needs to just throttle back, because we got an agenda and it's on the agenda, and if you haven't had time to research it prior, then you need to just throttle back and either hang up or write it out, preferably.
Did you get the email? Did you get the link okay for the Sunday meeting?
Well, my Proton Mail, I presume you sent it to on.
Yeah, I sent it. I sent you 2 things on Proton Mail.
Let me take a look here.
It had been sent about 15 minutes ago.
I got the 10th Amendment one.
Okay, you got that one?
Yeah, but nothing about the Green Party.
Okay, hang on a minute. Yeah, it should be Sunday. It's 9:01 p.m. I sent it, and it should say in the heading GACR meeting Sunday, February 28th.
Well,
give it a few more seconds and see, because I don't know how long it takes to Gmail to go to Proton Mail.
Gmail's evil,
Yeah, I know, but it's handy to use, and it's user friendly, and I use it for basically business and nothing. I have a Proton Mail account that I use for things that are really, really sensitive, but I think I've used it once, so I don't have anything that I have nothing I'm working on that is that needs that kind of secrecy. But I do appreciate having Proton Mail, because that's something that there was another one that I can't remember what the hell it was called, and it was one of these safe email accounts. This was I got one of those too, but I don't even remember what the hell what it was called. Zip something maybe.
Well, there's another company similar to Proton, but less. Iceland. Iceland's got a pretty secure and fairly functional system. It doesn't quite have the bells and whistles of Proton, but it's very secure. And that gets to international jurisdiction. Similar to Proton Mail being in Switzerland.
That's good.
Yeah. But I did get it went to my spam folder. I've got it. So don't worry about it.
Okay, good.
You
might want to get on that, because it's good people on it, and I can always tell a good call when you got everybody going in the same direction, and there's no animosity on the call. One of my favorite calls was a health-related call that we used to have on Tuesday nights, and everybody on it was the alternative health call. Everybody on it was really, really great. You could the whole call went smooth. There was never any arguments or any type of major disagreement. It was kind of like we're all here for the same reason. We're all going in the same direction, and that's what we want to. That's what we're trying to accomplish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really beautiful when a community can get together with commonality, harmony.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're tuned into the Green Party. That's a bit leftist for your blood, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit leftist, but I've become more issue oriented, and the Green Party has a banking monetary committee that's trying to do things to get rid of the Federal Reserve. So I'm on board with that. And I don't like the idea of the imperialists, because that's like the one percenters who are trying to control the rest of us. That's another aspect there I like about it. And then the environment. I mean, I'm not one of these nut jobs that goes out and hugs trees. But on the other hand, it's like, I don't think a chemical company has a right to pour their waste into a river. And I've heard there's too many horror stories in West Michigan about these companies that do just that. And the Democrats, it's like the Republicans will do it if you get a permit, and the Democrats will do it let you do it if you get a permit and pay them off. So I don't like the idea of that. It's like it's just not that's just not a good thing. It's like, if I got to drink that water, I don't want, or eat the fish that came out of the river. I don't want to die of cancer before that. So the Green Party works on stuff like that. And God, what else have we done? There's some parts about it that I don't like. And the parts about it I don't like, I just say, you keep your mouth shut and don't worry about that. If you're in disagreement with them on this issue or that issue, well, you don't have to get involved in that issue then. You just be quiet about it. And the anti-war thing is good. That's although I don't know, Trump kept us out of war. Even if you
well, kind of, sort of. It could have been worse, I admit, but about 8 years ago, in the 2012 campaign, I think it was, I was on team with the Bernie supporters.
He was neat. He was
really, you too?
Well, I voted for him in the primary because I didn't want that thing Hillary to win.
Bernie or Hillary? Gee whiz, is this a hard decision?
Yeah, it's not a hard decision at all. It's like I was just really happy to vote for him.
But then Bernie wimped out. He just wimped out and went tits up, and that's similar to Ron Paul. These guys sound real good up front, but as soon as it comes time, push to shove against the obvious agents of evil that are taking over the Republican or Democrat parties, they just go, "Oh, okay, I guess I lost."
Yep, that's what they do. I know when push comes to shove, they sit there and they wuss out, and it's like, it's kind of like, were you guys just pandering to us to get our support and votes?
Yeah, that's what I think's going on there.
That's what I think's going on too.
Yeah. It's being used as a lightning rod. It's raw data for the intelligence agencies to figure out who the activists are, who the people are concerned, and they're really trying to do something. And we'll raise up Ron Paul or Bernie here that are mind control slaves, and we'll program them with some real good talking points and make them sound like, oh gee whiz, we're really, really concerned about this. And then when it comes time to oppose the real jackbooted Nazis that are really going to secure the nomination of the party, we'll just turn the switch on in their mind control programming and have them squat and piss and surrender everything like we tell them to do. And that's exactly what went down with both Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders in these campaigns. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit cynical in my old age.
Well, you're right, though. That's exactly what they're doing. When push is kind of like they're hookers, and when you come up with the right price, you're the one that gets screwed. That's what it's all about with those guys. That's what I don't care who they are. It's like how do you think they got where they're at? I mean, you can't lose sight of that. It's like Trump's probably the only one that came out of nowhere, totally came out of left field, and he winds up in the Oval Office. That's remarkable. There's people that the establishment was so mad at that guy. That's why that when these court cases came out about the election being stolen from them, only a handful of people in the Republican Party really agreed. They looked at it and a lot of them said, no, we're just happy to have you gone because you're not part of the establishment. They were just more. Their thing was, even though he's Republican, and I don't think he was a true Republican. I think he could have been more of a 1960s JFK Democrat. But it's like they were just happy to get rid of the guy. So I'm sure that's why they participated in that fraud. That didn't just. There's no way that you're going to tell me that if you have a mail-in ballot, it doesn't have creases. Let me see. Okay, I have a mail-in ballot, but there's no creases. Well, how in the hell do they mail the ballot in if it wasn't creased? And why were there so many ballots out there that all they had on them was Biden? Okay, let's see. I just had an absentee ballot, but I voted for Biden and nobody else. And it's not folded. Okay, something's really wrong with this picture, and no, they didn't want to. They don't want to do anything about it. I mean, it's like that's what's so scary. That's what that's so scary that Trump wins by accident, if you will, and then having won by accident, you have a situation that they just want to get rid of the guy. So they're both sides are culpable in it because they're both basically they're both criminal in nature. The Republicans and the Democrats. They're both evil, and the system, the establishment system, is evil, and that's what we're up against. So I figure if I can just take if I can walk up to their semi truck and I can put a little tack in one of the tires, and that makes the damn thing go flat, then okay. If I just I'd like to do a lot more. I want the whole truck to run off a cliff, but I got to start somewhere.
Yeah. That's why you need to embrace fundamental principles a little bit more seriously here, in my opinion, brother.
Oh, I do, but it's like I figure there's one of me, and I always said to myself, okay, what can you do just by yourself? And there was one time when I lived in Muskegon County that I defeated a tax increase just by myself. It was a county-wide tax increase. Of course, I had to have people that would let me put signs on their property to vote no against it, but I did things in that county with just not even a half a dozen people. So I look at it from a point of what can I have the most effect on. And if somebody says, well, we want you to, help us stop abortion, okay, get lost. I mean, I can't have any effect on that. I'm not even going to try. It's something that Right to Life does not even want to stop abortion, because if Right to Life stopped abortion, they'd be out of business and they'd all be out of cushy jobs. The National Rifle Association does not want every liberal Democrat in Congress to embrace the Second Amendment and let it, have firearms for all, because then they'd be out of a job. So they want the animosity and they want the discussion going, but when it gets to a point where they might actually have some success, where are they really at? And that's what bothers me about some of these groups. Their integrity level is not where it belongs. Yeah,
right on. That's why we got to be vibes checking, and that gets to the difference between statutory law and common law principles. Because if you're just looking at the surface about what the guy's saying or something, well, it may sound good, but the guy's a deceiver. You see, when you're based on principles, you'll be able to you get the track record, and you start figuring out who is inconsistent in their application of principles.
That's how I got. That's how I got stung with this guy that moved into my house. It was like there was one, or I should have just. It's like I should have just said to myself, look, I had an attorney that this guy represented me way back when, I'll say 2002, close to 20 years ago. And I got a reputation among the lawyers and stuff because I'm a pro se litigant. A lot of them got to know me, and the same thing with the judges. And he made the comment to me that something like, he only hears what he wants to hear. And it's like, he's right, because there's a lot of things, if I don't want to hear, I just let it go. And with this guy that I had in the house, it was like, okay, this sounds really good. He's going to work for me, and this is going to sound good. So all these little negative vibes I'm getting, I'm just going to let them roll off my shoulder. And it's like, geez, I never should have done that. So it's like, now it's just, But he knows he's gonna have to leave that house. He's not gonna have it forever. And the thing that gets me is, him and I are about the same age, and he's almost back living on the street. So it's like, obviously his methods aren't working, and he was so stupid that he could have had a house to live in the rest of his life as long as he was willing to work. But he's not willing. He wasn't willing to work. And he just kept pushing and pushing, and now he's going to be back on the street again, and the sooner the better.
Yeah, I've come to the brutal realization that a lot of homeless people deserve to be homeless. They're a bunch of assholes.
They do. It's like,
and my heart does go out to the people that have been dealt a rough hand, But
right.
I've had roommates and stuff, and I've tried to help people, give them good deals and stuff, and a lot of people just don't appreciate it. They just won't appreciate what you try to do for them.
No, there was a guy this goes back to, we had a governor by the name of John Engler, and John Engler was governor from 1990 to 2002, and one day there was some protest somewhere, and I don't know exactly the ins and outs of it, but some guy was whining he couldn't find a job. So Engler went ahead and told his chief of staff or somebody, one of his good, close confidants, go find this guy a job. So they went and found the guy a job. And, of course, the son of a bitch didn't take it. And it's like, you have no work at all, and somebody goes ahead and they find you a job, and you don't go ahead and take it. It's like, what in the hell is the matter with you? So I have no sympathy for that guy. Then there's other people that they wind up in these homeless shelters, and they get kicked out for whatever reason, and they whine they don't have a house. It's like, wait a minute. When you don't have a house, you don't go to a homeless shelter and then whine about getting kicked out or not following the rules and then getting kicked out. It just is, and that's kind of, these people that they're homeless, nobody in this country is unemployed because they have to be. They're unemployed because they want to be. It's just the way it is. It's not something where, if you will find a job, if it's not the perfect job, and I had a lot of jobs when I was younger, I didn't like them. And I said, well, you know what, there's nothing else available, so you go ahead and you take that job. And then while you're at that job, you keep looking for a new job. And then you will go ahead, and sooner or later, you will find a job that you like. And then once you find that, you're going to be really, really happy and satisfied. Mm-hmm. And if I don't have, my job is not hourly. I don't have to report anywhere for work. I've been self-employed since college. And I say to myself, your success or failure, you just go look right in the mirror. Because not always, but most of the time, it's going to be, you're the guy that's going to be in charge of that. Sometimes you get dealt a rough hand. Well, okay, then you just got to go ahead and you pick up yourself, dust off, and move on. And other times when somebody pulls some stuff with you, well, don't be afraid to kick them in the nuts. That's really it. And I'm not. I mean, I'm like, I've gotten to the point now where it's like, I never would have gone ahead and had that conversation with that doctor about when he yells at me to slow down. But I said to myself, okay, this is it. If you don't go ahead and stop this bastard right now, then he's just going to go ahead and get worse. There'll be something else. He won't like the color of your car. That's all you have to paint it. There'll be some other such bullshit. And these liberals have this tendency where they've got to go ahead and try to run everybody. They know more than everybody else. And it's like, I sensed who's going to put a fucking Hillary sign in their yard? Come on already. Just the fact he did that was enough for me to go run him down. But I should have.
Well, especially after what happened at Waco. You know?
Yeah.
That bitch is a murderer, a cold-blooded murderer.
She
you want to talk about secret military tribunals doing death penalty executions? Well, take away the secrecy and take away the military. We'll form a common law jury, and we will find 12 jurors that will authorize that bitch getting hung by the neck until dead.
That would be so nice. Oh, that would be so nice. Just to, man, can I go ahead and just pull when she's on the rope? I want to go ahead and pull that, however you pull that floor out from under them. So they got to go ahead and they're dangling on the rope. That would be so nice. Because she's such a cunt. There's just no other way to. There's no other word that. There's just no other word that describes her as well as cunt. She's just a pure 110% cunt, and that's evil, pure evil. There's not an ounce of warmth about her. The only reason I was told that they were told to have that kid because it looks good from a political standpoint, and I was also told that the first baby was supposed to be a boy, but she didn't want a boy, so they had that one. She had an abortion. And it's like she would do that. She would absolutely go ahead and kill her own kid and not think anything of it because it's for political purposes.
Yeah, well...
A true cunt.
Well, people like Dick Cheney and the Bushes are probably close to equally as evil as her.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, so, we're bipartisan in our sending hellfire and brimstone at evil, despotic murderers on both sides of the equation.
Oh, yeah, they are. These people that sit there and if it's got a R behind its name, they sit there and they can't say enough good things about it. Like I had this guy telling me how, Marco Rubio, he's not a bad guy. He's just not quite ready for things yet. And on and on. It's like, no, he's not. I thought to myself, the only reason you're saying that is because the SOB has an R behind his name. If it was a Democrat, it'd be entirely different. So I just, little Marco is basically, say, a piece of dog shit, for want of a better phrase. And that's another one that I don't want to go anywhere but out.
Well, I'm not really up to speed on Rubio.
You're not missing anything.
I kind of figured so. There's more ugly situations running around here than I care to be fully informed about. I know we didn't. Well, I frequently think differently after I've thought about it a while, but it doesn't seem like on the surface that we accomplished much this evening. But
we didn't. It kind of got off. If we were going to go ahead and keep talking about that, the police and the military, or how the police have to be calmed down a bit, I thought the call was going to take off from there, and it was going to be great. And then all of a sudden, it just it got into that food fight, and then after that, it was like, okay, it never really got back on track. It just kind of floundered from that point forward.
Well, with all due respect, Matt, it's good to have an agenda, and our agenda item was Lewis's racism issue on Dred Scott versus Sanford, and that is what got over into the actual good discussion, the open discussion of the police powers and their qualifications and stuff, and that wasn't even on part of the agenda item that was Lewis's 15-minute time slot there. So, and we had Chipper waiting in the ranks. That was another agenda item, and usually I like to be able to have more time The agenda time in the summary of the court cases was larger. I think we got Lewis needed an opportunity there to vent further about his concerns about racism. Lewis is a really great guy, I do believe, but he's just got some personal issues that he needs to express, and he's been a key supporter of the conference work that I'm doing here, and I needed to allocate that amount of time for him there and indulge him a little bit in what he needed to express. But I think I've got him moved over to where he's going to be working on documents now and composing his complaints now to try to put it into words. Thereunder, I think I can shrink the time frame for our court cases back down to just 5-minute brief summary things, because now we're moving forward with Lewis's larger case, and thereunder we should be able to run through our preliminary agenda items more quickly and efficiently, and then we can open up to a larger issue about the police power and how that's coming from the 10th Amendment and a corrupted U.S. Supreme Court that says that the individual states got the right to run their own military police state jurisdictions. Well, gee whiz. That means how do you harmonize that with the whole called civil municipal war? You know, you come into the South and you beat the shit out of all those southern states because they were allegedly engaged in slave trading and a few things like that. But you're interpreting this police power to allow exactly that type of evil here. You know, how about some consistency on fundamental principles, you jackbooted Nazis?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
it's something that, there's a lot of things that it's like, if the government is doing something to you for my benefit, I'm all for it. But if it's the other way around, I don't want it to happen. Well, you're not supposed to use the government to do anything to anybody. So that's where it's got to stop.
Unless you're the victim of a common law crime.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
But they got so much damn social engineering here, and a lot of people are just stupid about even recognizing what's a common law crime. And so, my God, we got a mountain of bullshit to wade through before we can even talk about real constitutionally lawful justice.
Yep. That's for sure. That's so I mean, a lot of people, they're brainwashed and bamboozled, and we gotta, it's one thing if you teach somebody something brand new. Then it's like, okay, it's brand new, they can probably learn it. But you're trying to get them to rethink something they thought they knew and they're wrong. It's like, oh, have fun with that. They thought they knew about it and they're wrong. Oh shit. Have fun trying to accomplish that.
Yeah. Before you can even talk to them about the real solution, you got to get them to unlearn what they learned that was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you do much texting on your cell phone?
No, I would rather have a root canal without Novocaine than I would text.
Okay. Well, maybe we can at least be in touch by email or something around 5 p.m. Would that be good?
Yeah. Say that again.
Well, you're around 5 p.m. tomorrow, and we're both planning on tuning in that Green Party conference.
Yeah. When you come on there, they're going to say like calls coming in from. They'll give the area code and say who is that and who are you, and just say you're a guest of Matt from Michigan. Everybody knows me on the call, and then just say you're kind of here to listen and observe or whatever. And then just, they'll let you, generally what they do is they go around the call at the beginning, and then if anybody wants to say anything, they let them say it, and then they kind of move on to the agenda, but it's not usually a formal agenda. And if somebody wants to talk, you say like Fred Stack, and that means your name goes on the list to talk. But once in a while, depending on what it is, if it's like a quick, like I'll make a quick one-word interjection, I don't do that nobody does. But if you're going to say so, if you want to talk for a while, then they want you to get in line. So it's it's a way to keep order on the call. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't think. Michael Zorzano from Florida, he frequently likes tuning in new and unique conferences too. Michael, are you there? He's still here, but he's not talking apparently. And it might be good. Would it be appropriate to try to invite Michael to the conference too?
Well, see, I don't know.
You got limits on how many people you can do as a guest?
No, they can have as many as you want, but it's like if he says was he on? What did he say tonight? So I'm familiar with who he was.
Well, he helped us. He kind of backed you and Lewis up in trying to get a handle on Chipper there. He was the one that went into the nuts and bolts about COINTELPRO, and he was the only one that was talking similar to me about the whole larger QAnon conspiracy. Michael mentioned QAnon and that kind of bullshit.
Was he the guy with the southern accent from Georgia, the guy with the deep voice?
No, that's Paul Nally. He's the older fellow in the 70s. Michael's in his 50s or so.
Michael might have been the guy that summarized he summarized something really perfect. He took about 2 minutes and he hit the nail right on the head about
Yeah, I think you complimented him on his summary.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you could, okay, if you can send him that link and tell him if he comes on the call to say he's a guest of Matt from Michigan. Yeah, he would be welcome on that call too. He's got a good that's the kind of people we want, are people with good level heads that can take something and put it in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're trying to do with this COVID crap. It's like, because this is, to me, we have an opportunity here to either put government back in its place, or what's going to happen is it's going to sit there and, now you have to wear a mask the rest of your life. And, if I had the nerve and the energy, I would have told that bank, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not going to put it on. And they just would have said, we're not going to serve you. And it was a situation where I had to go ahead and cooperate with them. But it's like normally, I will not, I just won't wear the mask. And it's like, I was at a grocery store. Guy comes up to me and he's got a box of masks. And he says, well, in order to shop in the store, you have to wear a mask. And I point to my nose and I just say sinus infection. Oh, they turn right around. They back right off at that point. So that takes care of the problem. And it's like normally they don't, but it's like normally they do. Once in a while they don't. They keep getting hissy about about wearing the damn thing. And it's like I just say to myself, what are you going to do? Do you want to pick your battle or what? And it's like there are days that I will go ahead and we will have this problem taken care of right this second. And if I go to a certain place and I just say I'm not wearing one, then Menards, it's kind of like Home Depot and Lowe's. I don't know if it's all over the country or just in the Midwest, but you walk in there without a mask, they have a hissy fit. And it's like, I keep saying, well, where do you want to have your battle at? You got to go ahead and have it. You got to pick your battles. And I'd like nothing more what I'd like to do is when they start telling me to wear a mask, and I say I can't wear one for health reasons, and then go put the damn mask on and start hyperventilating, and then keel over and fall on the floor. See what you got for having to wear a mask. It'd all be phony though, because they call an ambulance for you and get you on the oxygen, and you start doing whatever, and they start really taking a good look at you, and they say, "Listen, shithead, there was nothing the matter with you to begin with." And it's like being self-employed, I don't have the time for that shit. I have so many other things that I have to do, and it's like, when you got, my menu was full. When we were on the call tonight, I spent a lot of the time doing some preparation for sending out mailers. And it's like I have to go through a whole bunch of different websites to check these people's addresses to make sure they still live there. That's what I was, besides being on the call, that's what I was doing. So when I sounded a little bit like when I was hesitating and I was unsure of myself, it was because I was in the middle of doing something with that. So that's why I had to just, this is a deal where I just don't have time for that stuff. I'd love to. I mean, I would absolutely, positively just love to go ahead and do that. Go in one of these stores. They force me to wear the goddamn thing. And I go ahead and I just start hyperventilating and then grab a chair and then keel over and I just start, I go, try to breathe like I can't. Put on the show for these bastards. But, eventually somebody.
Matt, we've got bigger battles, Matt. We've got bigger battles.
We got bigger battles than that. We got a lot bigger, I agree with you. That's why I wouldn't do it. We have a lot bigger battles and shit like that. And I'm not going to, I'm not going to take my time to do that. I can put, I got to put my time to good use. And it's like a pal of mine said, for all of us to get involved in this stuff, everybody that wants to, they should have a place that they can go that works for them. And he was like I'm trying to think, what the hell did he do? He was the secretary or something in a group, and it was like we were telling him something about why don't you do this or why don't you do that, and he said no. He said this is what I'm good at, this is what I'm comfortable doing, and this is what I'm going to do. And there's other people that can do these other things, and they can do them better than me, so I'm going to let them do that. And everybody has their specialty, if you will, that they're good at, and it's like, okay, that's what they're good at. I know what I'm good at, and it's like that's what I try to do. I know the things I'm not good at, and if I'm not good at it, it's like don't do it because you're not going to add anything to it at that point. You're going to be taking away from it, or it's just not going to. It's just not something you should. It's just not something you should go. You should do. So it's Some people are good at research. Some people, like when you have I'll use this as an example. There was this law firm, had two lawyers, had a bunch of lawyers in it, but these two guys worked really good together because one of them, he did the research. He was good at doing legal research. The other one was good at being a trial lawyer. So the trial lawyer, and that's what I found with a lot of different organizations. You've got some people that are good at certain things, and the ones that are really good at whatever they're good at, it's like let them do that. Some guys can go ahead and they're good public speakers. Don't ask them to write the speech, but they're really, really good public speakers. And then the guy that you want to write the speech, it's like that's not the guy that you want to go speak. Because you get guys. I have a deep voice. I could stand before a crowd, give a nice speech. People they like listening to my voice. They might not want to hear what I have to say, but they like the voice. Now you get some guy that has like a high pitched voice, and there was you run into that once in a while when you have a male with a high pitched voice or a female with a shrilly voice. It's like you really don't want to listen to them. You might like what they have to say, and it might be a great benefit to you, but just because their voice sounds good for shit, you don't want to listen to them. So that's just an example, more of an example. Everybody has their specialty.
Yeah. It's kind of looking to me like our conference is kind of running out of steam here a little bit.
Yeah, I think we should call it a night because I'm getting I've got to get something to eat, and I was going to do that, but my phone was it said charge the battery, and I thought, well, I got to go plug the damn phone in. If the phone's plugged in, I'm glued to the chair. So and my stomach is giving me notice that it needs to be satisfied.
Well, you could probably use a good fast, like almost every American can. Most Americans are vastly overfed. But I know the hunger pangs I'm going to indulge in salivating my desire for food that I probably don't really need myself. So we're on the same page there, Brother Matt.
I fasted for Thanksgiving because I was so sick. November, started in October, but then November, December, and it's like I'm better now. But it's just one of these things where, so I know what it's like. I know what it's like to fast, and what I'm pissed off about is it didn't really do me any good. I didn't lose any weight. I thought at least if I fast, I thought, gee, I'm not eating much. I'm having a lot of fluids, and it's like, okay, well, you're not eating much, you're drinking a lot of fluids, then hopefully you'll feel better as a result of it, and you'll lose weight. And I look down and it's like I didn't lose a damn bit of weight, so I'm just going to have to get more exercise in.
There's a trick there, if I might share some constructive commentary with you. Don't drink a lot of fluids. Don't ratchet back on your fluids and abstain from food and go dry for a while. You can go 7 days without fluid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you cut in, cut back on your fluids, and when you do piss, it'll start getting more orange, and it'll start smelling more intense, nasty, and that's getting down to the real nasty fluids. All of your cells are 80-90% water, and they shrink. Yep. They shrink, and then you drink good quality water as you're breaking your fast and you're coming back up to speed. Your cells get good fluids inside of them instead of just on the outside. The good fluid is on the inside for a change. Because you just dumped all the bad fluid that was inside of your cells out because you were dry. You were dry fasting, and that's squeezing it all down. It's like a wash rag or something. You squeeze the dirty dishwater out of it before you go trying to put new, fresh, clean water into the dish rag and have a clean dish rag. You got to dry it out, or at least reduce the moisture content down to the bare essence before you fill it back up with good, clean water.
Now that's interesting. I never thought of that before.
I spend a lot of time reading a lot of books on fasting and stuff. I'm a vegetarian and things like that. Okay. And so I got a few skill sets that I'm kind of proud of.
You know what I'm having to eat tonight, don't you?
I don't know.
A 1 pound ribeye steak.
Yeah. I think we talked about your beef eating practices in one of our previous conferences, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah. You Bambi killer, you.
And I've got some venison beef stick. I'm glad you brought that up because I got some of these venison snack sticks that I got the other day. So I'm going to see if I like those or not.
Well. I'm not going to preach at you. But before 5 p.m. tomorrow, you're going to be checking your email, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll be. I spend too much time in front of this damn computer as it is.
All right. Well, I'm glad we're developing a closer working relationship, Matt, and I'm anxious to see what kind of juice we can pump out of this green conference that you're tuning me into here. That'll be real interesting. Maybe we can even persuade Michael to join with us.
Good idea.
All right. Well, I guess we're going to call it an evening here then.
Okay.